Meeting this morning, we don't have a Christian minister as we normally would, so I'll start us with a Māori prayer. Karakia, e rā I tami nui te rā. That's not the... That's not... I was just naturally reading what I'd read and I was like, that's not right. Where are we? Sorry, my apologies. Get started again. There we go. E rā I tami nui te rā, whiti mai raka, whiti mai raro, kia pia titi, kia wana titi, kia litho titi, kia tā mai te mauri, homi e, hui e, taiki e. Kia ora, thank you. Look, welcome everyone. We're going to kick straight in. Welcome, Councillor Thomas. So we have apologies from Councillor Pai, who might be with us this afternoon. And Councillor Shannon. We will move straight into, yes, I will move them from the chair, my apologies. Yeah, seconded for those apologies. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Let's go. Alrighty, we are going to go straight into public forum for the simplifying of local government, and I will ask first, we've got Angela Blair from Geraldine NZ. Welcome, Ange. And the rules, roughly, I don't think we'll need to abide by the rules too. I know, I went straight for the rules. I was like, ooh, Ange is coming. No, for the room. You got roughly 10 minutes and save some time for questions.
Okay, I think I've got 2.5 minutes planned, so we'll see how we get on.
You're all good. Thanks, Ange.
Good morning, everybody. I am Angela Blair, and I'm speaking this morning on behalf of Geraldine NZ. So Geraldine NZ is the Geraldine District Promotional and Developmental Association, and it started out 100 years ago as the Geraldine Businessmen's Association. So we've come on a wee way since then. We, you'll note, have not put forward a preferred merger option. That is because our members, of which there is 90 who fund our operation, are many and varied, as are their opinions. So it would be very hard to put a ring around those and come up with a great plan for you. However, we see this merger proposal as an opportunity to strengthen local governance and improve our community, how our community is represented. The government has talked about simplification, but the real question should be, how will this merger create more effective local government for the people and the community it serves? Our submission is based on key principles, the first of which is strengthening local democracy. We believe the principle of subsidiarity should apply, where our communities are given a degree of autonomy over the things that matter to them. In Geraldine's case, that includes our library, pool, parks and reserves, cycleways, and arguably the slippery tiles. Secondly, protecting the communities of interest. Geraldine is more than a point on a map. We are a unique community with our own identity, economy, history, aspirations and priorities. Whatever the new council looks like, it should preserve that identity, encourage our strong local relationships, while ensuring local knowledge continues to influence decision making. Effective local representation is also critical. As councils become larger, small communities can lose influence and their voice. Geraldine is a rural community, and the governance model needs to reflect the community it serves. Rural communities and urban communities often have different priorities, challenges, and perspectives. We need governance arrangements that aren't just based on population, as they currently are, but reflect the diverse voices of our community and ensure that rural voices aren't diluted. Our businesses should have confidence that reforms will make their operating environment simpler, not more complex, or more expensive. Reforms should not increase costs to businesses through rates, compliance, or reduced services, and this should be a KPI when measuring success of any reforms. Prosperity isn't just roads, pipes, and power. It's thriving local business, communities that work together, tourism, and rural productivity. Good governance should support all of these. Ultimately, Geraldine NZ isn't asking you to pick a particular merger option. We're asking you to choose the model and mechanics that best strengthens local democracy, protects our community of interest, supports prosperity, ensures effective representation for both rural and urban communities, and can demonstrate better value for ratepayers. So not much at all, really. If these outcomes are achieved, then the reform will certainly have been worthwhile. That's my whole 2.5 minutes.
Well done. Thanks, Ange, and thanks for being involved last minute with the panel discussion at Geraldine as well. Questions for Ange? Some pretty good stuff, and I think a lot of this is very much for detailed design and those things come through. One question that I've got, because I think this is important for us to sort of understand, we assume by talking about rural, we're talking about a Geraldine, Waimate or Twizel, as an example. However, within those small townships, they've got an urban environment and rural environment. And so when we talk about rural, can you expand on that? What's your thinking? Because, farm versus an urban environment. Because I think Timaru urban and Geraldine urban have a lot of similarities, and the reason why people live in those environments versus farming and,
yeah, absolutely. Well, I think when we're talking about like the principle of subsidiarity, then that's when something like the Geraldine community will come into its own, and ideally have a budget and responsibilities that are pertinent to our community. However, that wouldn't cover off our rural business because they currently don't have a voice from the rural community in that. So there would need to be some rural mechanism that, whether it's a Fed's voice or a catchment group type scenario, that really encompass the rural needs as well.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I don't have the answers, but I'm just interested. It's a key part of the discussion moving forward. So thank you very much. Any further questions from the team? No? Awesome. Thanks, Ange. Really appreciate you making the time to come in. Alrighty. We've got Leanne and Charles, and I think Mary's going to join us as well. Welcome. Come on up. And so we've got Charles as the chair of Temuka, Leanne as the chair of Point, and Mary has been involved in this collaboration from Twizel. So great to have you down from the Mackenzie to join in the discussion. We've given you a little bit extra time since that's the joint community boards if you need it, but jump into it and we'll just leave some time for questions. Thanks.
Excellent. Morning, everyone. I'm obviously no need to introduce this now. Thank you for doing that. So we've come today to speak to our Head Start submission, which was obviously a collaboration presented by the community board chairs and deputies from Twizel, Lake Tekapo, Fairlie, Pleasant Point, Geraldine and Temuka, so spanning quite the area. Firstly, and just as we have stressed in our submission, one of the most important parts of coming together as cross-border community representatives was the building of great working relationships, better understanding and the support we are able to provide one another. We all felt very strongly about what can be achieved more efficiently and effectively if we have the allowance to work together across borders. It is a powerful tool and we believe it's necessary to bring it forward into the new unitary, however that can be delivered. In regards to, so assuming that you've all had a good long hard look at the submission that we've put forward, in regards to the Tier 1 governance, at the regional council level, we all agreed that more than 12 councillors was going to be too many. You'll find if you go above that, so in our discussions we felt that if you went above 12 councillors you'll begin to find internal silos, teams within teams. Councillors with the quiet but possibly the most logical voice may lose their voice altogether if it gets too big. There are other ways to be represented without requiring a mass of people in the chamber. In our Tier 2 of the governance level, in our submission, at the community council level is where we can ensure that our rural and urban voices are heard, but also a level where decisions can be made at the lowest level capable of making them effectively. We listed what we felt community councils could cover and approve under that. Obviously, we have not made an allowance at this level to cover anything that spills out from ECAN, but to have a say in public transport options at the community level would be necessary, is what we felt. Community councils should have strong representation, 9 to 12 councillors per entity. There was much back and forth, like a lot of back and forth conversation about how on earth do we get everything from down here up there and make sure it is heard, understood and actioned in such a large council. This is where we decided to draw up the regional lines, adding in the platform for the Northern, Midlands and Southern regions. The regional managers under those regions behave as CEs to the community councils in their regions, just for a bit of understanding about what was written in that submission. So all reporting requests, etc., coming down from regional council come to this platform, and the same in reverse. We also acknowledge that if there was to be in the employment of a management layer between community councils and regional councils, that there would have to be a space for official meetings, and we named these the regional assemblies where regional councillors and community councillors came together. Please understand, though, that this was possibly the hardest part of putting the submission together, and we know that there are gaps in this piece, but this was the solution that we found together. It may look like something else going forward and be called something else, but we believe that the splitting of the regions within the unitary allowed for space to create wards and allowed for the portal between. We have added in notes in the annex about the addition of community project trusts and the overwhelming benefits of what they'll bring to the new unit. In terms of numbers of elected members, we're unsure of what the government is going to consider a sweet spot, and I suppose it's whatever you all put forward and what you believe is going to represent everybody the best, and we can all throw numbers around, but who knows where that will end up. In the end, we wanted to bring something to you that was workable, something that could aid your submission, your Head Start submission, and something that spoke the voice of the communities that we represent as community board chairs. Thank you. And if you've got any questions, feedback, know anything.
Awesome, thank you. Questions, team? Stu, go for it.
I just got to say, I really like the idea of a community project trusts, because that's really in touch with, you know, whatever area you're in, and probably makes sense, because we're not quite sure how it will all flow out. As you've made a point, the government's making us do this. They probably have a master plan, even though their MPs seem to be giving different advice to different local councils.
Just a comment in relation to the community trusts that could be set up. One of the things that could be done is like existing entities, like holding entities like Community Trust of Mid and South Canterbury, or that type of organisation, could be something where the funds, if it was a targeted rate or whatever fund went into there, and they could manage it that way, keeping it totally separate from council, and also having an entity that is totally transparent, auditable and all that type of thing, so that any local trusts that were set up in managing those funds and doing community projects have a bigger entity that is controlling and guiding them through the process.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Harper, go for it.
Look, thank you for coming in and giving a very well thought out presentation. I know you just touched on it there for a moment, but have you got any ideas to combine community boards on the new iteration of the ECAN and services and representation from community boards up the scale to whoever is our representatives on that complicated question of ECAN and the RMA reforms?
So you're wondering what the representation for those things will look like at the community council level?
Or just sort of what's your idea? Have you come up with any, we're sort of drawing lines today and deciding sort of the umbrella of it, but further down, when we get into the next 6 months, of course, that's where the conversation's going to be had. Have you given it any thought with regard to the...
Charles, was there too much, did we put a lot of consideration into...
We sort of stayed away from that because that's a bigger picture that you guys are responsible for, and the same with iwi involvement as well. We agreed that iwi should be right at the top and filter down through, but we didn't give any guidelines on that because that's a way bigger picture that is for you guys to come up with the solutions to, I think.
Sorry, Councillor Harper. We were limited for time, and when we did come into the room together, we did have a number of voices around the table all throwing a lot into the basket, a lot of those puzzle pieces that we had to put together. And we had brief moments of discussion around what's going to happen with ECAN, but, we were really trying to look at community up perspective, and, yeah.
We'll say to that, community boards by nature are there for the community, and so our focus has been how our communities will be listened to in the future under a bigger entity that's going to be there, and that's what we see that is important for community boards and communities to make sure that voice, and that's the overriding thing that has been heard through, and I'm sure you'll hear that today from different submissions, that it's the worry about the voice being lost from the community about how they communicate back things that might need to happen. That's the big part that needs to be made sure that it's looked after. I would say everyone wants to see an amalgamation because it makes good sense to do it, and the support is there for that. So you guys have got some difficult decisions to work through today, and whatever those decisions are, you'll have our full support with them. But it's we focus on our community because that's why we're involved in what we do.
Yeah, Mary, go for it.
So I came late to the party because I wasn't in country when this was all done, but our councillor Spriggs and our community board asked me specifically to come here today to really press home the point that Twizel and Tekapo, to a point, have the tyranny of distance, and this whole process feels quite frightening to us because instead of being an hour away from the seat of power, we will be 2 hours by transport, and we already have significant issues with the council staff in Fairlie listening to us, consulting with us and doing things without telling us, and we want any form of local government reform to actually reflect the voice of a community. Though we may be small in numbers with only 1,800 in our population, we often swell to 15 or 20,000 people, and we don't have the resources to deal with that now, and we don't want to be lost in the new system.
Thank you. That's really good. Councillor Scott, go for it.
Thank you. And I just think, the submission, the joint submission, shows that power of our community boards, and I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you for doing that. I think one of the strong criterias of this is continuing to have that strong local voice, and I think your submission shows that that's really apparent in our community, across Mackenzie, obviously, and in our own Timaru district. So, yeah, thank you for that. And 100% is very much at front and centre of all our minds, I'm sure, when it comes to making sure we retain that local voice in our community, and how that's shaped is that next step after today, well, actually after September, when the government makes their decision. So we look forward to working closely with our community boards 100%. So thank you.
Awesome, well summed up. Councillor Scott? No, perfect, that's great. So if no further questions, awesome, thanks team, and really appreciate the leadership and initiative. It's a great collaboration, thanks. Next, we have TJ Broughton. That's Terry, is it? Welcome, Terry. And Terry's submission is number 65. Welcome. Just push that button on the mic and you're good to go.
Good. I speak today in support of option C, a unitary authority called South Island Central, combining Ashburton, Timaru, Mackenzie, Waimate and Waitaki Council. Districts and assuming the role of both the Otago and the Otago Regional Council, and as it affects the section of Waitaki District not already under the umbrella of ECAN, which covers the rest of the proposed unitary authority area south of the Rikaia River, all from Timaru. I speak from the knowledge accrued after having spent 60 years of my working life working in local authorities from North Canterbury, South Otago and Central Otago. This new authority is being delivered a brand new start. All core responsibilities are manned, managed and operational across the South Island Central area. Nothing changes geographically. Mid-Canterbury stays Mid-Canterbury, as does South Canterbury and North Otago. All that changes is that one council authority will be responsible across the entire area, plus incorporating the ECAN and the Otago's regional authorities' responsibilities where applicable. Now, all that authority under one roof. The elected councillors of the new authority and their appointed CEO will have the task to make this new authority tick. And when I say tick, it means that this authority will be run with efficiency and austerity as its guidelines. The ratepayers across the entire proposed unitary area are entirely sick to strip back bank accounts of unfettered cost-plus rate demands. So if this new council authority dares to mail out rate demands of similar ilk, stand by for major backlash. The majority of the long-suffering ratepayers will be expecting rate demands some 30% or more less than the just ended council fiscal year demand. The first cost saving within this new authority will be the empire builders are banned, be they council candidates or management applicants. In both cases, these two types are the first, well, they're the first stream of austerity in service delivery. The first by thinking of himself as unimportant unless deliberating out of a flash new council office. ECAN has had 2 new offices in 27 years. Just count. There are 6 council offices in situ across this new proposed area, South Island Central. So no new council office will be needed. The second empire builders are managers which again think themselves unimportant unless they have a plethora of staff reporting to them. Also, and this happens frequently, less than competent managers add cost to the system of service delivery by promoting or employing into their section of responsibility the drones of our workforce. In both cases, the cause of austerity and quality is lost, work ethic dies, quality staff resign, mediocrity reigns. Ratepayers suffer the monetary cost of poor performance, and council loses its credibility as a reliable provider of service. Right there, respect dies for your council's existence. Thus, this new council begins with shedding any duplication of roles across the area. The new CEO has to front this initial cut, plus screen out the deadwood, and the unnecessary baggage is done away with. Then put in place a small group of section managers who want to create a unitary authority of credence and pride that will aim to become the top performing authority in New Zealand. The Nelson Marlborough Unitary Authority performs very well. Successful people live, work and do business across South Island Central. There is a common theme prevailing across this territory. It is one of can-do. It is dressed and expresses pride. They know that they are producing and outstripping the productive of any other area within the country. So they are paying the running costs, and that's coming from here, the running costs of the national country. Please, incoming councillors, remember this fact and do not isolate yourselves from this strong, fiscally aware and successful ratepayer base. Councillors have had a penchant over the years of isolating themselves from their ratepayer base. Don't have this happen to this new unitary authority. Its area is large and spread out. So, to the incoming councillors, you are the authority, you make the contacts. And I suggest that perhaps once every 3 months, 3 councillors and 2 managers get in a car and have a ratepayer meeting somewhere out in the outlying districts. That gives the councillors chance to report, and you will get the ratepayers' feedback on how your staff are working and performing out there. Everybody remains happy from that. Success of the new authority now rests in councillors' hands and the appointed management, driving efficiency with austerity as the council criteria. Just make it happen.
Well done, Terry. That's good. Would you like a job? In a year's time, do you want a transition CEO job? Is there any questions from the councillors? Some really good points there. I will just clarify that there is not 30% savings to be found from these mergers. That is very, very unrealistic. But I take your point, and your point around austerity, etc., is well made. Yeah. No, thank you. No questions, team? No, all good. Thank you. Very good. Thanks for all the time that's been put into that, Terry.
Thank you.
We are running ahead of time. McGregor, are you're okay to go now? Yeah, brilliant. Welcome, McGregor. welcome. You know the drill. Just kick into it when you're ready, and we'll ask you some questions at the end.
I won't be whispering. Right, for those that don't know me, my name is McGregor Simpson. I live at Peel Forest now, and I first became on the Geraldine Community Board in 1992. So I spent about 30 years on the community board, and I also spent a term as the Geraldine councillor in I think it was 2004 to 2007. So, but I consider that community board and local government involvement is a good community service. It's a service to the community. And unfortunately, many people, because of their occupation, cannot take time off during the week to attend meetings. So that's just my attitude towards the Geraldine, towards local government. And I was actually told that I was on the Geraldine Community Board. I wasn't originally elected. There was a person resigned. They said that they were going to. They had recommended me as to replace him, and so I never do. Don't. I have never done against what I've been told to do. So that's it. Now, the other thing too is that as far as the ECAN's concerned, I was the Geraldine Community Board representative on ECAN for the Rangitata River for some years. I've never been told that I'm no longer on it, but over about 5 years we only had one meeting, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay, so what I've got is this. My selection of things is affordable rates, keeping decisions local, rural areas and small towns are valued, services are easy to access, and economic development. And what options do I prefer? I go 1, 2, from the top, option A, 3, option B, 4, option C, 5, option 2, D is 2, and option E is 1, and this is it. Leave local government structure as it is at present. Ratepayers should have their rates benefiting their community, not going many kilometres away to establish facilities in a faraway locality. Bring back borough and county councils. Furthermore, councils should not bother with so-called consultants or contractors, but have people of this nature on their staff. E.g., a road construction gang does a job at costs. And I'm saying bring back both local borough and county councils. Local government should mean local facilities for the locals. Councils should be economically viable and have no debt. When you do the statement of accounts at the end of the year, the ink is in black, not red. Rates should be affordable for all people in the community. Consultants should be obsolete. Staff should have the ability to do the job that requires. And thank you for listening to me.
Awesome, thanks McGregor. I don't think that other committee would be meeting either, but 5 years and no meeting. Is there any questions for McGregor? Thank you, Councillor Scott, brilliant.
Thank you, McGregor, for your submission, and I note that your preferred option is to go back to sort of that 1980s model of county councils. Understood. And then your second option is not to go into the Head Start proposal. So my question to you is, if we chose not to go back into the Head Start proposal, that means that we would sit back and wait for the government to tell us what it looks like, because the government, this is simplifying local government reform. So my question to you is, would you rather us put something forward that helps sets our future up, our community up for success, or would you rather us be dictated to by government of what they think it should look like? Because that is my concern if we went into backstop.
That is a very, very good question, but I consider that many people in government are just dreamers anyway, and so they don't understand what it means to be on the council. Now, when I was on the Timaru District Council, I found that it's quite an area to be responsible for. Places like Pariora, I don't know Pariora at all very well, so I used to spend 2 days, a day every 6 months, down there on a sunny day, wandering around the streets to find out what it means. Now, the bigger you get a council, the more time it takes, and it's becoming virtually a full-time occupation. And that means that if you've got other responsibilities, that they get neglected. Now, Timaru District Council was quite big because I spent a lot of time travelling around, and I was living in Geraldine, travelling around, finding out what was going wrong with roads or rivers or whatever. As far as rivers are concerned, I think that I would love to bring back catchment boards, and that there's 2 priority for members, that they live within 10 kilometres or 6 miles of the river, and that you have people that are from the top of the river right through to the bottom, because I have suffered from on the Rangatata River. I had a farm, 180 acres are now boulders. From the Arundel Bridge up to Waitui Hills, there is 600 acres of land disappeared. And from when I can remember from my young days. Now, prior to that, there was a chap responsible for, he had a D9 bulldozer, and he used to start at the river mouth and go right through. And he tried to keep the river in control in the middle of the bridges. And it's, you unfortunately cannot graze anything on riverbed boulders. And that 600 acres was top prime land in this country. It was glacial flower. Its carrying capacity was 8 stock units an acre. So that means there's 5,000 sheep, not grazable, or 5,000 stock units, no longer in that place in, 50 years, 60 years. So that's the problem. You have got to have local knowledge and local people doing it, and the bigger you get and the more Democrats you get, you lose that touch. That's what I have found out. Being on the Timaru District Council was quite a job, and it took a lot of time to do it properly. To somebody ring you up about potholes in Pariora or Pariora West or Esk Valley, you've got to find out what they're talking about, and you jump in the car and it's a long trip. So I can appreciate what's happening, but there was nothing wrong with the original system, because you often get a situation where which satisfies or is beneficial to rural people, but is not is bad news as far as this urban area is concerned, and vice versa. And at the end of the day, and they're talking about growth of the districts, people have got to live here to grow it. And that you don't want people being badly treated by bureaucrats or somebody that thinks that they know what it is. And it's got to be affordable for everybody to pay rates and enjoy themselves and have a good time. We live in a paradise in this area, Canterbury, but we've got to make sure that it remains like that, not just growing thistles and that and paddocks, or the towns having empty shops. I'm sorry to ramble on like that, but...
That's all right. No, we appreciate that. Any further questions? No, that's all right. And Councillor Scott's got the Pariora potholes covered on. She can do that on the way home. So thank you, McGregor. Really appreciate that.
I haven't time today to have a look at them.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, the current councillors, for what you're doing for this area. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Move now to David Butler. Welcome, David. And David's submission is it's 75, so it's the blue one. Thank you, and good comprehensive submission. Really appreciate the time you've put in. You know the drill by now, David, so the floor is yours, and just save some time at the end for some questions. I'll just push the button. Oh, sorry, David, just push the button, and I'll push the button. Where are we? No, you're all right. Perfect, go for it.
You hear me now? Sorry. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. What will the council accept in place of the present councils? I understand Mid-Canterbury and North Otago have only one council, so to consolidate, they will need to amalgamate with neighbours. I've been reliably informed the government does not know what to put back in place of, and are floundering around what to do. If not convinced with what you decide, a reliable source indicates that government could possibly replace councils with 1 or up to 10 commissioners. We do not want that. With more effective local governance, there could be many advantages in providing cost-effective services if we faced up to reality rather than ignoring the truth, which often suits some invested interests on sensitive topics. There's a lot of corruption at the top of the world, and big business and government ignorance even right under our noses. Past Environmental Council ignorance for nitrate policy is immense and needs immediate correction. I want to dig a little deeper and allude briefly to nitrates in the big picture that you will probably be responsible to manage in a unitary council. 12 months ago, I met a young local dairy farmer who was very frustrated with the procedures that Canterbury Environment expect him to implement to mediate nitrate pollution in the environment. He said, "It's not doing any good at all." I said, "Yes, I know." I was very impressed with this young farmer and his knowledge of nitrates. Then he said that if we stopped piddling nitrates into the environment, we could clean it up in a very short time. I said, yes, I know. He went on to say he would be far better putting his time and money into pads or sheds that do some good. And I said, yes, I know. I asked this young farmer for a dairy contact that had a shed component for some time. He gave me a contact of a very highly regarded, mature dairy farmer. He has had a pad and a shed for several years and said if he had his time again, he would probably shed 24/7. The cows love the sheds, and with extensive housing, cows can produce up to 20% more milk. And an island where they shed 24/7, farmers can grow up to 25% more grass. This is the economic principle in general that supports providing housing for our herds. He said that the nitrate policy was largely a complete failure. Increasingly, there is considerable more interest in dairy farmers erecting wintering barns. It's their decision and their money. None of them would go back to before sheds. I think what drives them is more control, improved comfort and management for the cows, better working conditions, and probably the possibility of making more money. They are also doing a lot for nitrate reduction. The dairy industry is only operating the way they're allowed to, and they've been seriously misled regarding nitrates, just like all the New Zealanders, and indeed a lot of the world. In confronting nitrate correction, any big investment in a depressed market can have a risk factor. We should support the dairy industry in an appropriate manner and keep it fully producing for New Zealand. I believe we can. The World Health Organisation is probably infiltrated by drug companies and continues to uphold the nitrate levels, which is the great catalyst in the nitrate saga. There's absolutely no doubt about that at all. Massive research overseas records that nitrate levels is 13 times too high to eliminate an increased risk of bowel cancer from drinking elevated levels of nitrate water. 300 cases of bowel cancer in New Zealand every year. The research recorded a 15% increase in bowel cancer at only 2.1 micrograms, not the 11.3, which is the legal limit. Stephanie, our environmental Canterbury CEO, successfully lobbied government for funding for Tim Chambers to conduct local research for nitrates, which has fully supported the overseas results right under our noses. Our problem is we all listen to the corrupt World Health Organisation. They are probably infiltrated by major drug companies and vote the way they can make a lot more money. Our government backs the Ministry for the Environment, councils buckle under, and so does most people in power because their position relies on fitting in. They will not speak up in public. Government-influenced environmental bodies have been operating in a very misguided manner regarding nitrate management, which is very inefficient, very ineffective, and in full denial of reality, which is disgusting. But remember, the councils are effectively manipulated by the Ministry for the Environment. We are not going anywhere in controlling nitrate pollution, and the resulting and the resulting environmental and health issues. In fact, we're still going backwards. This is possibly what you will inherit as a unitary council soon and be expected to effectively manage this issue. How can you manage nitrates effectively when your peers are dictating corrupt World Health Organisation policy? President Trump has pulled America out of the World Health Organisation to deal with big business corruption, the best thing he has ever done. I believe we should do the same. They do more harm than good, and as a world body, they are easily infiltrated. You as Council have quite rightly identified future river management as a complex issue. These issues dealt with in a sound manner lay the foundation for many other factors which help the environment with better improved human health and living conditions. People that serve on councils cannot be expected to fully understand everything. But these topics need to be addressed truthfully for the good of the environment and human health and appropriate council governance. I'm thinking that it would be very advantageous for a subgroup, largely outside of council in general, with passionate people and experts combined, along with council representation and service support. This group could discuss and analyse hard-to-handle topics. They would engage with so-called experts, and representation from the group could make presentations to the council of the day to consider. This would be an honest council recognition to adequately plan and addressing correction for sensitive issues. We will never make progress unless we face up to reality. That's the problem, we're not facing reality. This is an indication of what is presently going on in the entire country. Like it or not, your responsibilities in the future will probably dictate you to confront the sensitive environmental problems head on. I can now take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, David. Really comprehensive, both your presentation now, but also your submission. Councillor Piddington.
Overall, you're in favour of us amalgamating that with...
Beg your pardon?
Overall, you are saying you're in favour of the amalgamation.
Well, I think if you look at the government and what's going on, I don't really think you've got any option, quite honestly. I think this lady here referred to it quite honestly in question a wee while ago.
Cool, thanks. I was intrigued you're reliably informed. You must have a good contact somewhere, have you?
Beg your pardon?
Point 2, you said you're reliably informed that the government does not know what to put back in.
I've got on quite well with him, and he can, and he doesn't give away in any way, but he's honest and answers the questions that I put to him, so I'm fairly well informed what's going on. I haven't told you everything.
Awesome.
We'll have to have a coffee sometime.
No, and thank you for highlighting some of the environmental challenges as well. I think that's really... Councillor Burt, go for it.
Yeah, just in terms of you mentioned about the commissioners, and you didn't want to see commissioners put into...
I'm sorry, I'm just struggling to hear you again.
All right, sorry. So you mentioned you don't want to see commissioners put into any form of council, and you don't see that as a positive. When the commissioners were put into ECAN last time, did you not see that that was an effective position to regroup and redirect ECAN into the environment, or do you not think that was the case?
Are you saying that you think a commissioner might be better than...
No, I'm just saying in relation to how the commissioners were there last time, so you saw that that wasn't an effective way to...
Well, I think that most people would prefer to have local control and input into the districts.
Perfect.
And you're not more likely to get the sort of action they're looking for than any other way.
Thank you, thank you.
I think that in here a minute ago, referring to going back to the 80s, you would have to have community boards or something in some of these areas to feed the information and make the contacts and keep their hands on what's going on. And that's up to the council of the day. It's to make that happen.
Anything further this side? No, all okay. Thank you, David. That's really good. Really appreciate the time and effort that's been put into your submission. Alrighty, we go now to Les. Yep, welcome, Les. Great to see you. And Les's submission was number 116 on page 16, should I say. Welcome, Les. Just push the button and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to make this submission. I didn't put a lot of detail into it, but I propose to talk to it now. Firstly, my background. I was the Chief Executive Officer of the Toorak District Council when it was formed in 1989. I was appointed prior to that to set up the council and its organisation, and I know quite a lot about local government and local government organisation and reorganisation. I held that position for 11 years, and I was in fact an executive officer of territorial local government for something like 30 years. So I have quite some experience, although it's a bit out of date, no doubt. For perhaps just an example, I started with an organisation of over 400 staff. When I finished 11 years later, we had less than 200, and that had been achieved through efficiencies and all the other sorts of things we could do. And I believe at that time we had a pretty efficient organisation operating. With regard to what I believe should happen, I think a unitary council is the only answer. I believe that's exactly the way it should go. It avoids duplication of elected members and staff, provides for more efficient decision-making, and a common approach to planning and civil defence and water management and other similar matters. And I believe that a unitary council setup must include the full river catchments. So that the boundaries should be on the outer edges of, in my opinion, the Rangitata and Waitaki rivers, so that you have those whole catchments within the unitary council, so that you don't have split management of river systems. I think that's absolutely crazy. I've seen Marlborough and Tasman district councils operate and know how they work, and I think that they do a pretty good job. I think that's a good example for what could happen here. I've experienced personally conflict between the territorial and regional council. In fact, been in court with representing the territorial council to defend itself against the regional council, which in my opinion was absolutely crazy. Size-wise, I've always believed right from the beginning that Mackenzie and Waimate should have been included with this council. I think it was wrong that it didn't happen, and I believe Timaru is the centre for this area, of those areas, and would provide a very good centre for a unitary council. It would provide for a minimum increase in staff structure and full use of specialised staff with advantages of contracts, economy of scale and so on. And it's a relatively simple reorganisation in my opinion. Structure-wise, I think you could add 2 or 3 councillors to represent Mackenzie and Waimate. That decision can be made, but I don't think it's difficult. Community boards for the likes of Fairlie, Twizel, and Waimate, with relatively limited powers. They don't have to have huge powers, but certainly recommendations into the main council. Staffing-wise, chief executive and half a dozen management at a second level staff would be very effective in running that organisation. You could have service centres, as you do now in Geraldine, Temuka, also in Fairlie, Twizel and Waimate, staffed as necessary. I think it would work well. I think the overall objective should be to retain quality of services and infrastructure, to maintain the existing assets prior to new capital expenditure. I think maintenance of assets is absolutely critical, and I often think that some councillors don't realise that. And to keep rate increases to no more than the inflation rate, and I know that's difficult, but that should be an objective. In summary, I strongly support the formation of a South Canterbury Unitary Authority with the rivers catchments as boundaries. Thanks for the opportunity, Mr Mayor and councillors.
Thank you. There's some interesting insights. I'm sure there'll be some questions. We'll go Councillor Piddington and then Councillor Jackson.
We might need you back as a consultant if you can get 400 staff back to 200 staff, Les, once we combine.
Yeah.
Just a question around why only Mackenzie and Waimate, because you talk about efficiencies, which I understand, that it gives us 15,000 more people and a lot more, so 3 into 1. Why did you not consider, or why do you not like the idea of Ashburton and Waitaki councils also joining us? Just keen to hear your thoughts.
I think that the area I'm proposing is pretty easily manageable by a council. I think that as you expand out, you're into perhaps bigger centres that have their own natural need for community around them. I also wonder what will happen with regard to Sill and Ashburton and Dunedin, Oamaru and so on. I don't know what whoever's designing this thing at government level has got in their minds, but I believe the South Canterbury solution is a good solution for the people in this area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Les, for your insight there. Awesome. In fact, Councillor Piddington asked the same question. So thank you.
No problem. Councillor Wilson, thanks.
Les, you may not remember me, but I remember you well.
Thanks for that.
I held you in high respect in your days as early, and you started with as CEO and the new amalgamated body here. I was chairman of the dairy company at Alpine at the time. And I just want people to hear that you have a lot of wisdom, you still carry. You did a phenomenal job in restructuring, and it is true, Councillor Piddington, that this man did take the organisation from 400 to 200. So some points that you have raised, I just want people to understand you come from doing it and did it so well. So some of the comments you have made I respect, and I respect the work that you did back in 1989 onward for this district.
Thank you for that.
Just in regard to those staffing, was that partly the change from sort of in-house roading services to contractors?
Yes, there was a chunk of that involved. At the time that the council was set up, we had electricity, roading, and those were set up separately.
What do you, because that's always, and we've heard different views on, in-house versus contracting model, and that we've basically had that contracting model, since that time, really. What's your thoughts on that now?
Oh, I think contracting works well. There's a balance. Some things should be in-house, contracting out, but if you've got good contract management and good design of contracts, they worked well. Yep, I think there's a balance.
Yeah, nice. No, good comments. Councillor Burt.
So given the direction from government, and this is for you and for anyone who's listening or what have you, they've given a clear direction. The boundaries that they're looking at are sensibly the operational area of Environment Canterbury, and they've said between 1 and 3 unit trees, and they need to be looked at in terms of catchment. So given that, and especially after that your wisdom, where you come from, and the endorsement from Councillor Wilson, which is greatly accepted, what would you say then for us sitting in this position now that we need to look at something wider than the Canterbury and we need the catchment? What would you say, given that principle that we need to look after ourselves, not get absorbed completely into one, and what would you say around having Ashburton in there because of that?
I think it could be made to work. You know what my preference is, but you could certainly make it work and go through, and I guess you decide whether the Rakaia River is held in the north or comes with a council was formed in that manner. It could be made to work, and yeah, I think ultimately you go with what you're told to do, obviously, but my preference is the South Canterbury model.
Thank you. Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Les. Well, I haven't known you at all, but obviously I'm very impressed with your presentation and obviously your experience. Just an out there question. How would you, and you may not have thought, given it much consideration, what would you perceive the economies of scale and the dealing with the new iteration of ECAN if we bought, made the boundary, the Conway in the north to the Waitaki or the Waitaki catchment in the south, bringing Huranui and Waimak and rural Selwyn in as a Canterbury country unitary?
That's a pretty massive...
it's massive geographically, but not population-wise. And, I'm just wondering whether, you know, the scale would and hopefully the funding for that would come from the sort of the efficiency of running one larger rural unitary.
I have difficulty imagining how that would work successfully. I think that you'd be taking the council too far away from the citizen. I really would worry that that was just too big for efficient management and operation. I guess it could be made to work, but would not be my favourite, that's for sure. I think it's just too big.
Is ECAN too big now?
I'm not saying ECAN's too big. I'm talking about going ECAN and splitting it effectively into the unitary council areas which involve the catchments. I can't see a problem in doing
that. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Les. What do you think are the biggest transitional risks that we have? I know, that was part of your presentation, was that you were, that transition. What do you think our biggest risks are there?
Keeping the community with you in what you're doing, and I well remember them being, particularly Geraldine and Temuka, being pretty anti the whole thing when we did it in '89. Maybe those feelings are still there, I have no idea. But in my opinion, they got significant advantages. But so keeping the ratepayer with you as you go. Sorry, what was the other question?
You've said, for instance, Geraldine and Temuka, you thought got significant advantages. So if we went with a three-council, Mackenzie, Waimati, Timaru, what advantages would those smaller communities get?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure, you've got the advantage of specialised staff because you're a slightly bigger organisation. You can spread that use of those staff around. Contracts that cover a whole area rather than limited areas. Unified approach to planning so that it applies across the whole area. I think there's huge advantage in bringing those organisations together, and I don't know their financial details, but I would imagine that they're not as well off as, for example, Timaru, and bringing them together brings the strength of that financial background together. So all around, I think it's a stronger organisation that would better serve the community.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you. Really appreciate your insights and your experience and sharing that with us. So thanks so much. Thanks, Les.
Okay, thanks.
We've got Mike Thomas. And Mike's submission was on was number 607.
Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors.
Morning.
And staff. I'm pleased to see that you're not all hiding behind iPads, because the last council meeting I was at was quite hard to see what people were thinking. So that's a plus for you guys, not hiding behind iPads. My submission today, I don't know whether you know who I am, Mike Thomas, my name, ex-high country farmer from Amarama, spent 40 years on that account. And I've got some notes here. I am a ratepayer in 3 different counties.
Sorry, Mike, just do you mind sitting down? Just because
No, I don't like talking.
You don't like?
Down,
No, that's all right.
Do you require that?
No, it doesn't matter. You're more than welcome to stand. It's just the live stream cuts your head off, that's all. Yeah.
Maybe to cut the whole bloody lot off. Can't hear you, Philip. Oh, okay. Right, so can we start again? Yeah, I'm Mike Thomas, and I have lived all my life in the Waitaki district. I was educated in South Canterbury at Pleasant Point and Waihi Preparatory, so I have an affinity with this district. Have been living in Geraldine for 14 years, and probably one of the neatest decisions I made was to shift to Geraldine. As I said, I'm on a ratepayer in 3 different councils: Southland, Timaru and Ashburton. Now, I'm not too good on this job. It's quite neat to be in a council again. It's a long time since I've had to deal with all this. 40 years ago, we did this amalgamation, and it was extremely difficult because we had debt, and we had a borough that had money, and we had councils that were in debt. So it was a bit of a fight to get things done. We eventually achieved what we wanted to do, and it was a lot easier than what you fellas are up against today. So I spent a few years, I left school, went up to Rakaia Gorge and farmed up there from the age of 18, played rugby for South Canterbury, Mid-Canterbury. Went to Britain, worked for the University of Durham's farm over there as a consultant to their farming operation. Then I came home and had to work bloody hard to make things go. Things were tough in the farming industry. So battled away there and then became a bit political and sort of got involved in catchment boards where I was a member for 15 years, the Waitaki Catchment Board. Got involved in council issues and sort of local government. It was pretty difficult time, the councils then, as I said, because we had a council that was bankrupt and we had to deal with all that sort of stuff, which I imagine today you've got the same issues. I think you have this. I don't know how you rectify that. So I got involved in politics, as I said, and also Canterbury Regional Council. I don't want to emphasise too much on how bad they were and all sorts of problems that I spent my life going to Wellington to try and deal with regional councils and community boards, which I think should be abolished immediately. I got involved in Kalishi virus because the councils and the government had not recognised that there was the Crown Land had responsibilities to regard looking after rabbits. So we had rabbit boards, catchment boards, some other boards were demolished and we couldn't afford the new system. So I was very involved in Kalishi virus, which was an excellent thing that happened. And some of you will know what went on with the Mackenzie Basin and Kalishi and rabbits and all the sort of thing. You know, the regional council stole all our rabbit board carrot cutters and that sort of thing. So anyway. So what I'm saying is that I think the boundary changes are excellent. I think the boundary should be from the Waitaki, not Waitaki Council, Waitaki boundary with the regional council boundary, because it encompasses a huge ratepayer base, all quite common with the Waitaki River. Also, huge big irrigation schemes that would all be pretty neat within the Rakaia River, and a boundary with the southern boundary being the Waitaki the Waitaki boundary, not the conservation board, but anyway, you know what I mean. So I think you've got to go ahead. One thing that really worries me is local representation. Philip Harper just informed me last week how big his area was, and we need to have more emphasis on councillors' ability to do the work, and dare I say it, we need to get rid of consultants to a certain extent and bureaucrats. Now, that's sorry to the bureaucrats, where are they? I can't say much more. I think it's going to be hard work. I think you've got a lot of work ahead of you, a lot of government stuff. I don't understand totally what's going on. But I support what the Timaru District Council and Ashburton, I have had a discussion with the CEO last week, who's a relation of mine. They seem to be in trouble. They can't decide whether they're going to go south or north. I hope they can resolve that, and I don't think it would be a good idea to get involved in Selwyn north of the Rakaia River. I haven't got much more to say. You can ask me some questions. I hope I've sort of indicated that I'd be very, very happy to see amalgamation, and with a lot more council input or councillor input, they're going to have to get A into G and find out what actually goes on. And I think that's probably quite a fault at this time, that there's not enough representation from councillors, and it all ends up being a bureaucrat trying to run the organisation. I've got much more to say. It's been pretty disorganised, but you can ask me some questions.
No worries. We've got some questions. We'll go Councillor Chicks and then Councillor Puddington.
Thanks, Mike, for your submission. Obviously, you've got a lot of experience, which is fantastic. Thank you for coming along and making the time. You mentioned there about you think that community boards should be abolished, but then you went on to say that we need more local representation. So how do you see that local representation being made up?
Well, I think it's probably up to the ratepayers to elect the right members that have the time and the experience to do the work. I spent with Reg Denny, who was the Mayor of Oamaru in my time, numerous trips to Wellington to try and abolish community boards, which were expensive and inefficient, because you would have all these meetings with community boards and you'd go back to the council, oh, we can't do that, we haven't got any money, we can't. So it was quite difficult when you went to the pubs, as I did, where I got a lot of my information from. I used to get, not abused, but that's where the work was done, and community boards could not get across the line the work that was required. And I don't know how it operates now. I know there's some community board members now that aren't very happy with it and want to change things.
Thank you. Councillor Puddington.
Mike, I was interested that you thought the boundary should go to the Kakanui River, to the Lindis Pass.
Yes.
And that's quite a good idea. So if we had whatever that regional going that far, why wouldn't we grab them as part of our amalgamation? And I agree only to the Lindis, to the Kakanui River.
Kakanui, yep, where all that water runs into the Waitaki.
Correct. So why wouldn't we grab the people there as well? Why wouldn't we amalgamate with Oamaru, because it's within that region? I'm interested why you wouldn't do that.
I don't think Oamaru is geographically suitable to be Canterbury. I know there's a lot of stuff goes on in North Otago. My experience with the regional council, the district council there wasn't good, and I would like to see them excluded from any unitary authorities. They can go to Otago, which is more suited to Waitaki.
Yeah, I guess I was just interested that you want the land management from the Kakanui River, but you don't want the people.
Well, it will be if you've got the Canterbury Regional Council boundary, which needs to be actually rejigged, because I had a farm down on the Papakai Plains and involved in a huge amount of irrigation scheme, probably the biggest and best irrigation scheme put in by the Ministry of Works ever in New Zealand, which is because it was, the lower Waitaki irrigation scheme, the upper Waitaki. So it didn't need the town to do that. It was all rural.
Thanks.
Councillor Harper.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for a fair bit of thought's gone into your presentation, and I know you've been beavering away on that for some weeks. So it's very good. Just carrying on from Councillor Jackson's theme, just clearing up, if a new organisation, and bearing in mind today is just for drawing lines and agreeing to the overall, but how would you, say you're in Geraldine now, how would you want that structured so that the good folks of Geraldine are well represented and have some input over and above what they have now with the community board? Would you like more councillors? Would you like
the likes of Geraldine.nz, which is non-elected, to have more input? Would you like just anything I can get from you with regard to that?
Thank you, Philip. Here's a difficult question. I think the structure, as I said before, I think we have to look at getting rid of some expensive people, community boards, and the councillors have to take more responsibility on getting the work done and have more knowledge of what's going on. Now, just going back a wee bit, and I shouldn't keep going back, but, you know, I used to know every road and every ratepayer in the Ahuriri ward, and a fair bit of Canterbury, because I put the effort in, I had the time to make sure that the roads were done, the sewage systems, the pumping station, everything was done, was known by the councillors, which I don't think that's happening today. You're relying on consultants and bureaucrats to do this work, and I think that's wrong.
Mr. Thomas.
I've given you a bit of a tune-up about this before.
I'm well aware of the roads around Geraldine. The lived there all my life, and I know I'm the conduit for disgruntled farmers or ratepayers when it comes to road. I'm with the snap, send and solve efficiencies these days. Roading is well and truly under control. Now, that's the problem areas of roading. The fixing areas of roading is a different subject. So, I mean, but alluding to the problems is not the problem.
One of the problems, of course, with roading, all the roads were designed for 8-tonne axle weights. Now we're roaring along at 100 k's with 50-tonne loads, and the government reneging on retaining even the main road. I drove to Ashburton yesterday, day before. The road is wrecked. The county roads are wrecked. They're in the Ashburton district. There's 4.8 kilometres of road cones. Now that's pretty interesting. And 3 people working between the town and the airport. Now, there's a lot of work to do. I believe we have got a very expensive airport just up the road there. Is it true that you lose $600,000 a year on that deal? Cost you $600,000 a year to run the airport?
It's the deficit is rough. I think it was at 600. I'm not sure what it is, but yeah, it's not.
Those are the sort of things you're going to have to look at with a unitary authority very, very strongly, because people, if you want a service, I mean, I farmed for 50 years, and when things were bad, you shut the bloody checkbook. Now, you guys don't do that, so if you want something, you pay for it, but you just can't keep racking up rates and racking up debt to do serious work. That's how I see it, but anyway, that's my view.
No, that's fine. And look, take your point on around the airport. We are looking at those sorts of things, but
yeah, well, I pay landing fees there, and I don't need the main runway. I use the grass, and you have a person running up and down there, a bureaucrat, twice a day running up and down runways. In Ashburton, I just shouldn't bag them, but I was out there the other day, 2 girls looking at running the airfield. None of them are pilots. None of them have any knowledge apart from what they've read in a book. So we've got some major problems with just a lot of small local issues. I hope a unitary authority can have a decent boundary and a decent staff set up and get the necessary work done at a decent price for the for the councillors.
Good points. Thank you. Appreciate that. Righty.
Pretty disjointed.
No, that's
that always happens with me. I have great ideas and pretty hard to get things across sometimes.
No, that's good. We appreciate you coming in. Next we'll have...
Just an interesting comment I saw in the paper yesterday, and it was quite relevant, I believe. The thing that I noticed was there are consultants out there laughing all the way to the bank, and this is happening in Taranaki. And I'm sure it happens here.
Yep, they're a jovial bunch. Righty, we will go now. Well, thank you, Mike. appreciate that. And
Well, thanks for your time, and I hope you have a good day, and you get it over the line in a sensible, economic way that we can get good representation from the ratepayers.
Yep, thank you. We'll get something over the line.
Yep.
We'll wait until see this afternoon what it is. Next we have Barry Payne. Welcome, Barry.
When do you stop for a cup of coffee?
Oh, not for a while.
No coffee today, and chocolate biscuits, bugger. Oh, God. You can organise that. See you all later. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Welcome, Barry. Thank you for coming in. And Barry's submission is 417.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and
welcome.
Thank you, councillors, for taking the time to listen to my little input. It's the first time I've ever done anything like this, so it's, yeah, please excuse me if I don't get it right. Can I present you with copies of my address this morning? Thank you. I'm a farmer, lived out at Bungatee, which is just over the Periora River from Timaru district. So while I'm not in the district, Timaru has been my hometown forever. I've also put in a submission to the Waimate County. They're handling it a bit different. So I've always felt that local people should make local decisions. And with this in mind, I think the benefits of amalgamation are overstated. I don't think there are long-term staff reductions or management efficiencies, really. But most importantly, amalgamating reduces the opportunity for people to serve locally and to have input into their own community. However, we have the big central government to consider. And I think we never know what the central government will do, so I think it's far better that we make the decisions locally and get on with it. I've tried to look at the options from a with a very broad brush, looking at Canterbury as a whole. And while I've left any reference to North Canterbury out of it entirely, because I'm talking to the Timaru District Council. So, but that's my belief in what should happen is moved me to make this submission. And one of the principles of this whole exercise is communities of interest. And I think that's very important. I think it's important that rural areas be administered separately to urban areas. And in my submission, I said that the local towns of Oamaru, Timaru and Ashburton are not urban areas. They're very much rural-based towns, and they operate in an environment which includes a lot of rural things. So Christchurch is quite different. My biggest fear is that if the central government takes over this process, then they'll lump us in with Christchurch. And then we lose all representation. 500,000 people outnumber 50,000 quite dramatically. Now, I understand that Waitaki has expressed interest in becoming part of Aoraki organisation amalgamating with Waimati, Mackenzie and Timaru. I think that's very pragmatic of them, and I hope this council is receptive to that move. However, for those on the southern boundary of the Waitaki, near the southern boundary of the Waitaki County, they definitely have a community of interest with Otago and Dunedin. In my submission, I talked about splitting off that area of the southern triangle of the Waitaki County, and I suggested a road north of Hampden. It's just purely a suggestion, and it's up to those people that live in that area what actually happens to them. I'm very quite strong on that. Local people, local decisions. And the natural boundaries of the area, of course, the Kakinui Mountains, the Southern Alps, and to the north of us, one of the rivers. But I think it's very logical that we actually include Waitaki in our deliberations. In talking about Waitaki, I'd just like to note the passing of Jim Hopkins, who we all know. He was a Waitaki councillor, and he'll be sorely missed. On our northern boundary, Ashburton recently adopted a real sit on the fence, wait and see attitude. They will do what they do. But the Rangitata seems to me to be a very natural boundary for any territory, for any authority. I was very surprised how little water catchment there is for the Rangitata River north of the river. It's only a small sliver along most of the river, and then there's a bit up in the mountainous area. So I think that would be a natural boundary. Yeah, it's a natural boundary. So I think that would be it. Also, Ashburton has a very strong community of interest with the people north, with Christchurch, with increasingly so with Rolleston as it's developed. You only have to look at the traffic volume between Ashburton and Christchurch and Ashburton and Timaru to see where they fit. I'll just finish perhaps by urging this council to make a decision, the big decision first, and not get bogged down with the details. I know that there's lots of comments about how much money it's going to cost to do this scheme or that scheme and so on. That's not important at this stage. The important thing is to make, that can be hammered out later. Let's get on and make the decision, get it operating before the big government decides they're going to do it. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Barry. It's really insightful. Councillor Piddington.
Thanks, Barry. You put a lot of time and effort into thinking that. I acknowledge it's been a real moving feast. Most people think the Kakinui's going south as a natural boundary, so a lot of agreement there. Councils seem to be all over the place, but yesterday Selwyn decided to go on their own.
Oh, right.
Without Ashburton. So knowing that, would you include them with us? And we have met on Wednesday, I think, with Ashburton councillors that appear to be looking south to join us. So if they made that decision to come south, would that change your thoughts about where they sat?
Yes, very much so. It's their decision at the end of the day, along with our councils, whether we accept them. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't.
Yeah, thanks for that, because it is hard, because one day you read one thing,
Yes.
one day it's the others,
Yeah.
but Selwyn is not an option. Well, Selwyn don't think they're an option for Ashburton now, so it may well be us. So that was all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yes, okay.
Well, they've both ruled each other out, so I'm not sure what the options are.
Yeah.
Councillor Scott, thanks.
Thank you very much for your submission, Barry. I'm really keen to understand from you, do you think that having Waitaki under a different regional system brings complexity to amalgamation? I'm keen to understand from you, because obviously only a very small slither of Waitaki sits under the ECAN regime and the rest sits under Otago Regional Council. Do you see that being complex when it comes to amalgamation?
I think all problems are solvable. I think it would be logical for the northern and central part of the Waitaki Council to be part of this area. Make it let's try to get away from North Otago, South Canterbury. Let's make it Aoraki.
No, I understand that, and I think when we did meet on Wednesday, there was definitely no, Waitaki definitely weren't looking at how to have that conversation around north and south, and I thought that was really interesting that they're just going to sit silent on that, and so it's the entire catchment is what they want to shift, rather than, having that conversation around the southern boundary. So I found that quite complex for...
Okay.
Yeah, they're sort of waiting to the design stage. They're just going to,
It's very much up to those people who live in that area, as far as I'm concerned. But I see it as being very advantageous to have the area as Aoraki.
Awesome, thank you. Thanks, Barry. Thank you. You did well, first time. Keep coming back.
Thank you.
So it was easy, so keep coming back. We appreciate that. And thanks for putting all that time into your submission. We go now, Mark. Are you Mark Oldfield? Mark, welcome. Are you happy to come up? Nice to see you. And Mark's submission was 395. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, councillors. It's interesting hearing about Ashburton discussions. Most of my information, as it happens, to support Aoraki Unitary Authority, which some of you may know I advocated for many years ago now. But Ashburton has engaged, and perhaps Timaru District has engaged Morrison Lowe as well. So on every matrix, it seems that the larger entity wins in their favour as well. So I found that quite interesting. So I haven't left information for councillors, because I think all you have to do is reference that. And perhaps one's been done for Timaru District. I haven't seen it, but if it has. So, yes, my name's Mark Oldfield. I'm married to Adrian with 4 adult children and 2 grandchildren. I've farmed it for 5 generations until recently at irrigated dairy sheep cropping farm at Seadown. So I've been involved in schools and all sorts of manner of things in the Timaru District for many years, and I served as a regional councillor, hence my interest in Councillor Scott's question about the Waitaki, for 10 years until I was sacked. And then I carried on as a hearing commissioner with 5 others for 2 years, hearing the 20,000 submitters out of the 60,000 that wanted to be heard on the Canterbury Water Plan. So I do have a little bit of knowledge about catchments and river management and other regional council responsibilities. Following my term on, I also was on ECA, the Energy Conservation Authority, and the New Zealand Land Transport Authority. So I'm really now a local government fossil. So In my experience, and just in those latter two organisations, when I talk about economy of scale and viability, there's a whole range of aspects that come into that. There's a 10.8, I think it is, billion income stream, 125,000 population, combining all 5 councils, those sort of things. But even on the Energy Conservation Authority, I found it difficult to get traction for smaller communities, and of course Timaru in particular. New Zealand Local Transport Agency was another case in point. Roads of regional significance always won out. So there is an economy of scale to get attention, if you want to put it that way, from local government. I even tried to take Gary Rooney up with me to get a 4-lane highway between Timaru and Christchurch, but that wasn't successful either, obviously. So from that perspective, there's all manner of things that come into play, and I'm sure councillors, you've got a very arduous task ahead of you. But none of them, as the previous speaker said, are unsurmountable. And reference has been made by Your Worship, I think, to the 89 reforms. And there was, at that stage, a proposal to put a Central South Island unitary council in place. But of course, Ashburton went to Christchurch, Oamaru Waitaki went to Dunedin, and never the twain shall meet. So all these parochialisms and communities of interest are quite interesting. But at the same time, well, I have to say that my father was from Canterbury, my mother was from Otago. So when we went to Carisbrook or to Lancaster Park, as it was in those days, when we had rugby matches between Canterbury and Otago, as kids we got very confused. My mother would yell for Otago, my father would yell for Canterbury. So the reality is nothing much has really changed in that regard. But in terms of catchments, I think you'll find perhaps the Rakaia River is more of a natural catchment rather than the Rangitata, if you're taking Ashburton into account. And the Waitaki, of course, has been traditionally, when I first arrived at the Regional Council, they had a thing called the Southern Wars, because some Waitaki on the Otago side, people were so sick of having to deal with two councils, that they wanted to have the Waitaki in the Otago region. After much cost and expense, it remained with Canterbury, I think because the commissioners thought there was a better resource in terms of money for maintaining it. But as Councillor Burt will know, that a vast proportion of the rates on the Waitaki River are paid by Meridian. So that is a win-win for councils and for an Āreki Unitary Council, I would have to say, if that's what's going to happen. So I could go into more detail, but as I said, it's all in that Morrison Lowe report, and you'll have your own one and ready access to it anyway. Communities of interest, I think it's already been said, all these towns are really rural service towns when it gets down to it. And it's interesting that Timaru's growth rate, Ms Morrison Lowe reports, is about 0.7%, or 0.07% might be more accurate, whereas Timaru's 0.3%. And I note recent comments, even from your Chief Executive, about certain blockages to progress in the Timaru district, and perhaps Sid Macaulay's comments about moving his capital up to Rolleston. But scale attracts investment, and we have a very good hospital here which is constantly under threat. With a larger entity, it's a good point. The prime port, of course, saved by Port of Tauranga, I'd have to say, but still it's central, and Timaru is a natural centre of gravity. But of course, even Ashburton and the other councils, as other people are worried about the size of Christchurch, Timaru is still regarded as a big brother. So I'm sure, Mr Mayor, you're treading very carefully and gently with the other councils and your negotiations. So that's probably enough from me, if there's any questions.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. Councillor Burt.
Thank you, Mark. It's good to see you again. And you bring a lot of experience. And with that experience, obviously, comes the fact that you orchestrated your own sacking back in the day. I think so people know.
I'd had enough of Christchurch.
Exactly, yes.
Politics, I'd have to say.
Exactly. So with that in mind, you know, the government's principles for us is to integrate as where we can and how we can as part of our broader scheme of where the councils go. So if we're looking at the area, it's loosely 50% of the total operational area of ECAN. Can you give us some sort of, from your idea of our ability to absorb the functions that would be required of us as a unitary, within that unitary from ECAN in that area?
Well, when I was a councillor, I always thought, and Councillor Burt once again will know of the Timaru office, which is obviously a regional council office, obviously based there for pests, rivers and all the natural resources. Unfortunately, even during my tenure, I noticed a removal of a lot of very competent South Canterbury staff who knew all the rivers and knew all the local areas. Unfortunately, they became slowly redundant or moved to Christchurch, so it became a bit of more of a skeleton staff. That was unfortunate, but the resource is still there, and things have changed somewhat in terms of the consciousness of people about the environment, and that includes farmers. When I was involved with Federated Farmers, I advocated for a lot of care groups and river rating. We had lots of river rating groups, and actually people, and Councillor Burt once again will know about this from his Waitaki experience and how it operates. The people actually work together and get much better outcomes and being directed from either central government, although they do have to maintain certain standards, or an office desk in Christchurch. So there's that element of it. In terms of the financial side of it, I was just looking through some papers the other day and for this meeting really, and I noticed that 60% of the general rate, of course, goes to Christchurch City because of its population. I think the South Canterbury area was allocated about 6%. So in terms of financials, that was one of the fears of a lot of people, that if the regional council was done away with, the contribution from the general rate from the regional council would be lost to the local rivers and local pests and all that sort of thing. But I think I have interests and have experience in the big metros, Auckland and Christchurch, and unitary authorities in Tasman and Nelson, and also Marlborough. So they seem to survive and seem to maintain their functions. They haven't been sacked. So I don't think that's insurmountable for those. And there is a huge raft of information and policies that have been developed. In some instances, a lot of the hard work has been already done, whether it be by the regional council or the commissioners to finalise. And these things are always changing and evolving. And other things I advocated for quite strongly when I was on the regional council was things like fertiliser restrictions and things. Let the fertiliser companies develop those codes and things at their expense. And the same for a raft of things, because the simple fact of the matter when I say things have changed is that the Fonterras and the meat companies of this world have to have their environmental credentials for their overseas markets, and they have to have more or less paddock to plate things now. So things have changed quite a lot in terms of top down.
No, thank you. That's good. It's not insurmountable. I take that from that. So, and then just for context for people listening, in terms of that significant differential between Christchurch and here, people they hear the word environment, but they don't realise that over 50% of the budget from those rates is for transportation. and they go, what? You know, so...
Public transport.
Public transport, yeah. So, yeah. So thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Really appreciate you making the time to come and have a chat. And thank you for your insights and experience. We have now Don. Welcome, Don. And then that will be the last likely. We have another one which we will fit in at 1:30, but we have to break at 12 for the LGNZ AGM. So welcome, Don. Thank you. And Don's submission is at 353.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for your time. You may have read my submission, so I won't repeat them, but I'll make just three points, if I could, just before we have a chance for a few questions. Firstly, I just want to say I do support the general strategic direction of the reorganisation. I think the fact that a unitary authority is being established is a real plus for local decision making and the ability to have a unified, unitary approach to our whole district needs and functions. So I think the simplicity in a one-stop shop's got lots of advantages. I support it very much based on river boundaries. In the south, it has to be the Waitaki River has to be incorporated because Mackenzie will want it and Mana Whenua will want it. So I think the Waitaki River southern boundary is it, and it includes Oamaru and probably half of the Waitaki district, in my view. That would be the perfect one. The northern boundary is subject to what happens north of us, whether it's the southern Rakaia boundary or the northern Rakaia boundary becomes part of our Ashburton Central South Island one. In my view, it's a personal view, would still to be determined. But like most mergers, it's not the strategy that's suspect, and this is a wonderful strategy, it's the execution that kills it. And that's the devil's in the detail, absolutely always. And so I just make 3 points. I don't think you've really understood or appreciated the complexity and the depth of what the unitary authority implies. I think your work program is likely to almost double. The complexity is going to increase, and I think perhaps councillors have still come to terms with what that means in work and program terms. I've noticed that there's a bit of a tendency to adopt the existing ECAN programs because it's the easy way out, and I see a number of northern groups talking about just adopting holus bolus, the ECAN programs. I think that'd be a mistake. I think it's an opportunity to actually start from the bottom up with zero-based budgeting to decide what programs really work and make them work for our area rather than just adopting it and letting any costs of rationalisation or restructuring fall on this area. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, so try and get it sorted before you get to that point. Second point I make is that larger operations do have benefits. There is advantages in centralisation and scale, better purchasing, IT systems, roads and river works and so on are all better done at scale, and there's no question about that. But in every merger, the downside is that the customer, or the ratepayer in this case, feels left out. There's missing bits, and that's where this whole question of representation and, in my view, a very, very flat structure, and you've heard me talk about this before, but a flat structure that has got delegated decision-making, that's got community boards and catchment groups with real power, with money, decision-making, and appropriate lines around them. And with modern information systems, there's no issue with accountability because the accountability is quite clear and everybody's got all the detail they need to do that sort of thing. So I think if the ratepayers and the Geraldines and the Feelies and the Waimatis want to feel that this is going to work, they've got to feel that there are services and contacts in their area that get things done. Talk to them, don't put them on hold, and actually can make them feel that they belong and the organisation is there for them. So the trick isn't the big job, it's to actually translate this into a flat organisation where people are valued, and that way you'll take people with you. The third point I just want to make quickly is that it's really important that you develop a transitional plan early, because the devil's, again, in the detail. I think if you want people to come with you, you've got to be very clear about what this looks like, what the framework is, And so I think a new council, or whatever it is that's going to do it, or an interim board, or whatever you like to call it, is elected early and operates in parallel with the existing councils until the date of commencement of this thing happens. Because business as usual is important, but also prior planning works every time when you come to dealing with these sorts of things. And I think the other thing is that plan has to consider things like what is a fair voting and representation system. If you're in the Mackenzie district, you're not going to feel very happy on a population-driven formula totally. So I think you've got to look at this question of the representation of voting in the transitional plan that people can look at and see for themselves. The question of debt needs to be included in that transitional plan. And I make a plea for net debt because I think you need to look at the assets you're bringing to the merger as well as the debt you're bringing to the merger. I would actually say that the operating structure needs to be clear so people have confidence that their local needs and communities are going to be well and truly looked after. So the operating structure needs to be clear in that transitional plan, and the financials just need to be there in detail because that's the big one. And frankly, Mark's already talked about the perhaps loss of Christchurch flow of money, but that flows both ways, of course. But those things need to be sorted out. And as part of this exercise, if government's so committed to making this happen and getting more efficient and stronger local government, it needs to actually look at the viability and sustainability of ratepayer base, of just using rates to deliver it. And so you're never going to be in a stronger negotiating position you are right at the moment to get a change and an additional funding lines from. And most other overseas jurisdictions have a VAT or a GST proportion or something along that diverted into local government needs. So I think if you get all those things, you'll keep the confidence of people and you may get it across the line. Thanks for your time.
Easy, Don. Made it sound easy.
Oh, well.
No, look, really...
the devil's in the detail, but you don't want to get bogged in the detail. So, yeah.
No, I agree, and thank you. It's really insightful, and I think certainly but I think we agree as far as that bottom-up approach sort of makes sense. Councillor Piddington.
Thanks, Don. I was interested in your comment around river catchments, because, I mean, the way we're divided up now, the rivers, Waitaki, Rangitata, Rakaia, almost are the boundaries, but you're of the opinion, say, if we went north as far as the Rakaia, we should either have both sides of the river within reason or give up the Rakaia so one river is in one or other council.
Well, it was my personal opinion, if you're having a unitary authority and dealing with the whole issue of water, river management and all of the associated bits, you've got to go for the river boundaries. Drawing a line up the middle of the river, you've got a dual people trying to make dual decisions, and it just doesn't make sense. When you're a district council, it didn't matter so much because the roads are, and other infrastructure can stop at the river quite conveniently, but water doesn't stop at the middle of the boundary of the river. So that's what I'd say. If you're committed to unitaries, then you've got to be committed to river boundaries.
Makes total sense to me. It'll be interesting where it lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Harper, go for it.
Thank you, Don, for a very well thought out presentation. You've been through the 89, you were a councillor, and then on the Strathallan County Council, weren't you? Back in the day. So you saw this. You've seen this before, and when you talked about representation, would you conceive of the idea of for the first two election cycles having greater numbers initially, and then working it down after 6 years, just to try and make sure that everybody feels like they've got their say, that all the community is sort of well and truly represented, and then just having the sinking lid down to what's practical and where we want. Would that work well, and did it happen during the Strathallan changeover to the TDC?
My memory's not good enough to give you the history, but having been through a number of other mergers, I would say that that transitional plan is critical. And I think for two electoral cycles, probably, you're going to end up with different sorts of hybrid-type representation, hybrid-type financial arrangements as you work through it, because there's a whole lot of stuff. There's a lot of complexities there, and it's not going to happen immediately. So I think there's got to be at least a 2 electoral cycle transition. And that's what I think the 3 years, the period before this thing starts, is critical to get all those plans in place, sorted, people know where they're going, and they know what that transition time will look like. But I mean, I think that's where the Geraldines of the world and the Feelies and the Waimatis have got a really vested interest in making sure that flat enough, and representation, its service is just as important, because the councillors in this new monolith are going to be reasonably scattered, and it won't be as easy to ring up Stacey and Philip and say, hey, I've got a problem. So that's why it's really important that there are people in that district who you can talk to, who get things done. The community board members have got more authority and more connection and involvement in what's happening in their local area. That's the counter for the benefits of the larger authority, in my view.
Yep. Councillor Thomas.
Thanks, Don. They're really well thought out and presented, and also that sort of talk around the transition plan. The idea that you put in here, the first 100-day plan, is critical, which is obviously, it seems, is a sort of popular thing, a 100-day plan. What do you think, what needs to go in that 100-day plan, or what would success be like if we had a successful 100-day plan?
Well, in my view, most of these things is about people. It's about certainty of people, certainty of positions, certainty of programs and so on going forward. So if you've done that homework beforehand, you've done some preparatory work, people know where they hit the ground running, and actually, it's that uncertainty that creates tensions and destroys culture in any organisation. So the sooner you can get that bedded down, and the first period is always difficult because you're choosing people for positions and deciding what priorities are, etc., etc. So the sooner you can get that behind you, the better. So the more certainty you've got coming into it, the quicker you get it certain. That's the only comment I'd make. It's not like a company where your first 100 days you've got to keep the dollars revolving as well. Your dollars are more certain than what you are if you're in business.
You, Don. I think you've always been a mentor to me and a teacher, and the 3 Fs is always in the front of my mind, that you teach me about function, form and funding, and around my decision-making process. So I just wanted to reassure you that I think that is still very much front of mind when it comes to designing this successfully for our community. And it's also about not making sure we don't slow down that decision-making process, and getting that balance right is going to be so important. I agree with you, representation is really the key, the people at the making sure that we don't lose that local voice. So thank you for your submission. I'm sure, like many of our submitters here today, you carry such knowledge of what has worked, what doesn't work, and I'm sure we'll draw on that wisdom over the next 6 months. So thank you.
Oh, no, that's rather gracious, but nonetheless, I do think that you've got the once in a lifetime opportunity to make significant changes in local government. This is not rushed. This has been talked about for 40 years. It's been in the pipeline for that length of time. It's never been easy. Cooperation has never really worked. So I think this is your chance to make decisions that are real. And as I've said in my submissions, you've got to make it based on your knowledge and your research and your understanding of the statutes which govern local government, because it's very hard for to people just making submissions like me just to say yes or no. So, you know, the numbers. I think I made the point. The consultation isn't a mini referendum. It's actually a feedback from what people think. So you're elected to make decisions and make them.
Awesome, thanks Don, appreciate that, and thanks to all those that have submitted this morning. We need to break now because we've got the LGNZ AGM, and then we'll be back at 1:30, I think that's correct. Yep, thank you. Righty, welcome back everyone. Now we have Angela online. Welcome Angela, and Angela's submission is on page 208. So if you can hear me okay, Angela, we'll just kick in, and you've got 10 minutes, and we'll just try and allow for some questions in that time. We can't hear you at the moment. Hold on, I'm just trying to get it sorted. We just can't get you online just yet. One sec. Is it us or is it... Angela, it might be at your end. It feels like you might be muted at your end.
I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you now. Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Yep, go for
I
it.
cannot see you. That's the only thing. Can you see me?
No, we can't see you either, but that's okay. We can hear you loud and clear.
You can hear me loud and clear.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Hi. My name's Angela. I've just listened to the last two Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, no, you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you go for it. We're listening.
I can. That.
So we're not hearing you now.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. We can hear you.
There is a delay.
Okay, that's right. You just start and forward your submission, and then we'll ask some questions at the end.
Okay. Thank you for organising. Hello, councillors and mayor. Thank you for organising the meeting today. I recognise local councils were given very tight time frames, so
You just seem to be breaking up, Angela. We have got your submission in front of us.
okay.
I don't. We're really struggling to hear. It's just
Hang on. Hang on, I've got some help outside. They're with the children. I'll get them to come back in. Okay? 2 moments. Hang on. Joe, where are you?
Angela, we can hear you now. If you just keep going, we can hear you.
Shouting. Okay. Just coming. It's breaking up and they can't hear me very well. I'll start again.
Yeah, go for it. We can hear you.
can. They know I'm here. Okay, I'm going to carry on because there is a delay here in getting the information to you. I'm not sure which end it's from, but anyway.
Yeah, just speak. We could hear you. Just keep speaking, and we can.
That is much better.
Okay. Yeah, if you talk, and then we'll do questions at the end.
Okay. My name is Angela Gregg. I'm a retired general and obstetric nurse. I came to New Zealand in 1993 with my family and had lived and worked in South Canterbury. And I hope for the best. Okay. I came to New Zealand in 1993 with my family and have lived and worked in South Canterbury area for the majority of this time.
Okay, Engineer, if you can hear me, unfortunately, it's really bad, and I don't think we're going to get any value. We do have your submission in full in front of us. So the councillors have just read through it. So we do appreciate the time and effort you've put into that, but unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be any value in trying to listen on this line, unfortunately. So thank you for submitting, and we'll take that as read, and we can talk to it in the deliberations if councillors wish to. Thank you, and we'll have to sign off there. Righty. Sorry, team. That was a bit of hard work, but we will have to move forward. I didn't see any real value in keeping going there. We will now go back to the agenda and welcome the team to come up. Brendan, Stephen, and we'll start with 7.1, receipt of submissions on future of local governance in mid-South Canterbury, North Otago region. Thank you. Welcome, team. And I just want to start. Thank you for all the work. There's a lot, and I'm glad you searched for some help, Brendan, because there's a lot in putting all those submissions together. So just thanks to the team, all the work that's gone into that. But I'll pass over to you to present.
So through the chair, this is the presentation of the submissions received from the consultation process we held on the Head Start process. We did a mixture of consultation document in the Courier, advertising through the media and the radio, on the screen in Stafford Street, and a lot on Facebook. Our Facebook posts alone, including the videos, were seen by around 100,000 people, so pretty good penetration. We got 313 submissions in the end. They are all attached in full to the agenda and on the hub. We also had 4 additional late submissions. These were excluded from the analysis but were included with you. Brendan has gone through the responses and provided some information for you he can present here now.
Good afternoon. Thank you. We thought it might be useful to take you at a high level through what the responses were saying at a statistical level. I'm very happy for you to interrupt and ask any questions at any time. This detail is also contained as part of the agenda. So as Stephen alluded to, we received 313 submissions throughout our consultation, which was undertaken jointly with Mackenzie. The consultation was live between the 6th and the 24th of July. The majority of submissions were received electronically. There were 3 substantive parts, I suppose, to the consultation. The first was asking for submitters to identify what mattered to them, what sort of priorities were important to them that they wanted to see in any future structure. And it's broken down there. I think what I sort of take away from that is, yes, there are a number that are clearly preferred, most notably the quality services infrastructure and affordable rates. But it also strikes me that all of them were, to some respect, sort of respectively sort of gained levels of support. It wasn't a case that there was one or two that received minimal support. The second main question that was asked was seeking submitters to rank the options through from option A being the 3 South Canterbury councils, option B being those 3 South Canterbury councils plus Ashburton, option C being the 5 councils, option D being backstop, and option E being other. So this slide and what's in your agenda seeks to sort of slice and dice this data in different ways. The main thing that sticks out for me here is that, in my view, there was no sort of clearly preferred option. Some score better than others in different ways. For example, option B had the best scoring mean. Option C was ranked most highly, in terms of first preference by plurality in the most number of submitters. But the way that the stats break down, pull in slightly different directions, and councillors will use their judgment to determine which of those resonate most for you. One thing I will also note in this is that not all submissions ranked all of the responses, and that's possibly important for you to think about when you are looking at what those numbers mean. I'm trying to click, but it will not go forward. Thank you. The agenda report breaks down the preference responses by option, and also this here showing all of them together, and it does include the no response. You might wish to dive into some of this a little bit later during your discussion. The third and final substantive aspect, I suppose, of the consultation asked for submitters' views on how boundaries should be set. Most notably, should they include the river catchments at the edge of its territory? And this is beyond the various TLAs that comprise the entity. Of the submitters, a majority, around about 2/3, wished to see river catchments be the basis for those boundaries, or that they be included. Just under 10% said no. There were a number, a sizable minority, that were unsure, and that possibly reflects the fact that they wanted more information. As a general interpretation, based on the people that responded to the survey, it would show that they felt that perhaps a unitary needed to, its boundaries should align with performing those unitary functions. We do note, however, that this is in some respects a philosophical question. In practice, identifying and defining those catchments and some of the wider issues associated with that can be difficult, and there will be various practicalities to be worked through, including, for example, that those catchments on the, quote, other side of the river would include areas from possibly another neighbouring unitary council. So, for example, if council went for an option that included Ashburton and included the entire Rakaia catchment, then that would include the northern part, which is currently part of Selwyn District Council. So just noting that as a factor that council would want to consider as part of its discussion today, and thinking about how it might resolve this matter. Happy to take any questions on any of that very brief overview. Thank you.
Brenda, would it be fair to say that there was no singular favourite? I know we can see it, but just for those listening, it seemed pretty spread across a number of options.
My read of the statistics is that if there was to be a clear favourite, mean, median, mode, percentages that ranked at top or second top, etc., they would all sort of pull in the same direction. What this is showing me is that they pull in for A, B, and C, they pull in different directions. So, for example, to speak slightly glibly, I suppose, option B, probably a very solid option for people that responded, because of those, excluding the no responses, nearly 80% either had that top or second top.
Sorry, Brendan, can you just say what the options are rather than option B for those listening?
Yep, no, good point. Thank you, Councillor Puddington. So option B is the 3 South Canterbury councils plus Ashburton. Option C, by contrast, the most number of submitters ranked that as their highest preferred option, a relatively low number ranked it second, option C being the 5 TLAs, including Waitaki and Ashburton, and 75 people ranked it third. So what that's sort of showing me is, in general, people either really liked that option or thought that it wasn't a great option relative to options A being the 3 South Canterbury councils, or option B being the 3 plus Ashburton.
I think the one semi-definitive thing it says is that I would say most people were not in favour of is adopting the backstop approach. That came through reasonably clearly, that most of the responses were grouped around the options of amalgamation in some form.
And Stephen's quite right, and also adding to that, there wasn't some sort of other option in terms of option E, other, that someone identified and said, actually, the community's views would sit outside of the sort of 3 substantive options that council put forward in the consultation. For example, an all of Christchurch unitary or something like that.
So we're just receiving this element of it, and then I think we'll go straight into deliberations, and then we'll deal with the 7.2 at the end. So just to sum it up, just those that have presented, unfortunately we didn't get Angela to be able to present at the end, but she had some concerns around staff losses, which I think we have to be wary of. With bringing councils together, but just a bit of a summation from this morning for me. We heard around rural voice, subsidiarity, working across borders. There was a few submitters around decisions being made at the lowest effective level. One talked about iwi voice in some shape or form, but they couldn't define what that looked like. The voice of the community, efficiency and austerity. Alternative models, seeking expert advice, keeping catchments together came through from quite a few. The need to commit to service centres or some model within areas, so councils still have staff within townships. Keep community with us on this, what will be a long journey, because once we make a decision, that's really just getting us start line of government support whatever proposal we put forward. Interesting around keeping the irrigation schemes all together. We heard that from submitters that talked to Waitaki as well. Again, communities of interest, that rural and urban. I think perception that we're all sort of rural to some extent because of our makeup of being service towns for the wider community. Scale tracks investment. Some of those submitters at the end very much talk to the benefit of scale if done well, and that customer flat flat structure came through from Don. Community boards, catchment groups, transitional plan early with good framework. I think that all sort of made sense. We're very lucky actually this morning. We had a really quite high level of submissions, and great for those individuals to all come and present to us. So yeah, lots of good content, and just a big thank you for from the councillors to the community for really getting involved in this one, because it's the biggest one they're going to see probably for the next few years, I'd say decades. So it's great that they've been involved. So I think we'll just move to the recommendations. I'm happy to move from the chair 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. I think we've covered all that. If there's a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Scott. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So we might do deliberations now, so we'll move through to 7.3 and then we'll come back for 7.2. So that's on 101. Page 101.
Through the chair.
Yep.
We will take this report as read. It's probably one of the larger decisions you will make around this table. The options are all over from it, but the couple of important things to note is that you are not the final decision makers at the end of the day. What you're deciding today is to put forward a proposal. That requires partners and it requires a government assent at the end of the day. So although this is a decision for your preference, it might not be the final thing that is accepted. Brendan will be writing the report with partners from the other partner councils, so he might have some clarifying questions for you guys today, which is unusual. But we will welcome any discussion or any questions that are within our remit to answer.
Thank you. So pretty keen to hear from the room, and just speaking to the stats before, I think that first option, option A, the 3 councils, a little bit for us was like some of the councils putting out themselves as a unitary. I think although in a world gone by that might have been an option, but it's not a real option. It's like putting Timaru by forward by itself, and we also have to be quite cognizant. One, the community doesn't, their voice hasn't reflected back. Stop. There's some iterations of this that would, it's between, you're between a rock and a hard place, because if we go, hey, we want South Canterbury and Ashburton, that will send us to backstop, because we actually don't have support from our neighbours. If we, so I think we've just got to be careful what we decide, and obviously we've got some pretty willing partners, which is good. I know you're jumping, but do you want to talk to some of the... Yeah, that'd be great.
So we got Morrison Lowe we got Morrison Lowe to extend their document they had done for Ashburton to include our options, and their methodology is looking at benchmarks. The analysis used benchmarks based on Statistics New Zealand Local Authority Financial Statistics 24-25 to estimate the costs and identify potential economies of scale. So their findings are that potential cost reductions per rateable property is, option 1 is the 3 councils together, being ourselves, Waimate and Mackenzie, that has a potential reduction of 9.8 to 14%, up to as much as 20%. Option 2 is the same 3 councils, including Waitaki, and that has the best potential savings, 9.1 to 16%, up to the best of 25%. Option 3, which is the 3 councils locally plus Ashburton, is slightly less than the 3 going with Waitaki, 8.3 to 14, up to 22%. And option 4 of having all 5 together is 8.1 to 16%, up to 24% in best case. Now, what's driving that is when you look at there's a table in there which looks at the range of costs for the 4 councils, and it shows that Ashburton has the lowest actual cost. It's just under its range, and Timaru is right at the bottom of its range. Waimate is significantly below its range, and Mackenzie is right on its range, and Waitaki's cost is above the average. It's above its, and it's right at the top end of its range. So I think that is what's driving that 25%. When we looked at the financials for the 24-25 annual reports, and there was a desire that I come up with some financials. The problem is that you've really got to be very careful, because you've got to understand what's sitting under those financials. And those financials, include all sorts of things like vested assets, donations and so forth, so you've got to be very careful. However, we also looked at Tasman, and Tasman has total rating units of 27,740. If you double that, it's 55,480, which would be the equivalent of our 5 coming together, which is 63,103. When you look at the rates, per rateable unit, their average rates for that year was 4,022. If you add our 34 million for the 5 councils that we give to ECAN, and I'm using ECAN as a proxy for Otago Regional Council, plus our rates, the average for those 5 councils as a unitary is 4,021. So it's $1 different. It's exactly the same average that Tasman's got. When you start looking closer at their expenditure, if you doubled their personnel costs, it would be 82 million. Ours would be 86 plus the unitary function. So there is, and that's pointing out there is savings to be had there. That's where they are. They're sitting in those personnel costs. Probably Tasman's got 1 SLT, we've got 5. So if you pull 5 out, you start cranking it down. Their other expenses are probably similar when you add in the unitary function, could be slightly higher. And then the finance costs and depreciation, it depends on their debt levels, but their depreciation is pretty close to the 5, which is 100 million. They're at 97 million. So it's actually pretty close. One thing that is a bit of a concern is with the 5 and the cash flow. On the cash flow, the operating cash flow for the 5 is 88 million. However, the depreciation that sits in their P&L is 100 million. So there's the thick end. It just indicates they are not covering their full depreciation with cash. It should be 100 million plus, and that would be and to go and look at where that is, you'd have to do a bit more forensic analysis. But what it says is, actually, it's quite doable. It's very doable. And it just says that if we do this well and your design is well, you've got anywhere from 9 to 25% if you really go hard.
Not 30?
Not quite 30, but it's close. Yeah.
Cool. Any questions for Nige on that? No. Brilliant. That's good. I think that's very helpful because as part of this, and also that Simpson Grierson advice, one, we have to consult, but we also have to put forward a good process of the considerations that we've made to get to a decision, and for me, financials is important.
Nigel, just within the Morrison Lowe analysis, they sort of they took the costs associated with ECAN. How did they actually come to that cost? And then I know how they apportioned it, but it's just how did they come to that cost?
They use it as the same as the rest of the councils, so they're using Stats New Zealand. So Stats New Zealand's got all the annual reports, and that'll be where it's coming from. However, there is a comment in here that ECAN is the highest of all those regional council functions by quite a significant margin. So they are a costly organisation. That's what it says. So therefore there is potential savings in there.
My thinking is, yes, that there might be potential savings, but there also, you're basically splitting up ECAN, which has been operating as a single organisation, and there's going to be additional costs associated with splitting that up that aren't there when it's run as a single operation. And I'm meaning what I was particularly meaning around all the science databases and the science brains that go into interpreting and putting stuff into them and things like that. If that's split up, I'm very sceptical about how you would actually turn that into savings.
What this is saying, ECAN's the biggest regional council in the country, or one of the biggest. It isn't taking the efficiencies that it should have. It's actually the opposite. So therefore, when you split it up, if you split it up into a unitary for say 2 or 3 unitaries, the increase that you put into those 2 unitaries will be a lot less than what ECAN's currently got, because the structure's already there. And you'll be probably bringing in some sort of GM for your river management and your and even your environmental / consenting is probably covered by our current management already. So I'd suggest that there's actually savings to be had in there. When they ECAN did give us a breakdown by regions, it had the rates and it also had the direct and indirect costs, but it didn't put all the revenue in, so therefore you couldn't really make a judgment on what exactly they were giving us. It was actually deficits in every single area, but the indirect costs were very significant, and I couldn't get under that to go what is the indirect cost and how much of that can you actually get out. Yeah.
Further questions? I think the thing too, to Don's point, is his suggestion around building something up from scratch rather than inheriting an existing model. And I take the science point, and I don't know enough about it to make an informed decision. However, even within that function, there'll be statutory and non-statutory. I think the government's asking us to get back to basics, and so what's statutory and what's non-statutory, and those are the considerations for the future entity on what they take forward.
I think, Mayor Nigel, once we actually get into the next design phase, if we all get past, actually working directly with ECAN and working up those functions is going to be, invaluable and really help support, that river engineering, the data, the science, where those functions sit within our boundaries. And I think that's the next set of work that will really help unlock the understanding of that ECAN function.
I actually think that when you get into the detailed design, you actually just about need the equivalent of forensic accountants to actually go underneath everyone's numbers to work out what's real and what's not, and what can actually be done. Because this is the equivalent of due diligence on a sale and purchase, or the equivalent of receivership. Understanding really what can you, how do you design it? Now, one of Don, a couple of the submitters there said that you really got to start from zero-based budgeting, because you don't want to bring across the old with its, because if you just bring across the old, you're going to entrench the inefficiencies.
Are we going to have a willing contributor and partner in the transition?
I have to.
You say yes, you say no.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, the government has been very clear about regional councils and their expectations that they cease to exist in the structure they are now. So firstly, originally they were going to, completely override the ability for people to be voted on, and they were just going to get rid of all the councillors. Well, they've done the right thing, I believe, giving them to the end. They need them there for the transition, but at the end, they are gone. All the support mechanisms and significant amounts of governance and everything is gone, and the rest can be harmonised through a series of, so many years to bring those things. Some of them might end up being shared, like science across Canterbury, those other things. That alone will account for significant savings, and the rest can be easily harmonised across, I think, the unitaries, if you're going for 3. And the other thing is that the government's been very clear around the Canterbury structure. So they're saying 1, 2 or 3 unitaries in Canterbury. They don't use the word Otago. They're talking about and using in their language the ECAN boundaries. And so we need to be cognisant when we look at our options, where we're going with that, because ECAN and the functions they do and bring to the table are part of that. And there's a boundary that suggests that to make it work, to make it economical and make it easier to function, then the boundaries are quite obvious around the Waitaki.
Alrighty, if there's no further questions, let's cut to the chase. So, yeah, Councillor Piddington.
I think what we've got to remember, it is about simplifying local government. And a lot of people I've spoken to, I get the affinity of Waimate, Mackenzie and Timaru for lots of reasons, but I don't think it delivers the efficiencies we need or the size we need. We've always had the opportunity, not us, but everyone, to cooperate as councils. And since the amalgamation back in whenever those gentlemen were, nothing's really happened because we've been territorial or political or whatever you like to say. So I'm in favour of ourselves, Mackenzie, Waimate, Waitaki and Mid-Canterbury, Ashburton. I realise we could get a surprise when we look under the bonnet at some of the figures, but I think for lots of reasons that we've been given by different people, that makes sense to me. I would like to see some workarounds around the rivers so they're in one or other when we look north. And I also take note of there's some support for only going as far as Kakanui, however we can work that in. And I think the thing we've got to note is, while doing all this, we've got to support local voice in whatever format that comes. And I don't even want to debate that at the moment. So I'm in favour of 5.
Thanks, Stu. Yeah, look, I'm in the same boat, and I talked to the fact that the options are actually limited, that otherwise they send you into backstop. We've got 3 willing partners. We're waiting at the altar, and the other one hasn't quite got there. 4+1. It's interesting, whānau, isn't it, for the kids later on? But no, and the question for me is around catchments. And so a question I'll put back to you is, I look at the Waitaki bottom boundary. I don't think that's a decision for us. It's a decision for them. I think the Rakaia catchment is a decision for Ashburton and Selwyn to come. So I don't really necessarily want to get involved in their politics, but I'm a 4+1. Bearing in mind, I just want to caution that if we get to, I think we just need a resolution, if that is where we get to, that reflects currently that we've got willing parties, because the other councils have said they won't, put something over an unwilling party. So I just think we have to be cautious in how we word that with the final resolution, maybe. Yeah, Councillor Piddington.
Well, I guess Ashburton have been cut down a bit with Selwyn saying they're going alone. I'm in favour of 4 and including them in our resolution. I just think that makes sense, whether what they decide, if they go unitary or come with us, but I think our submission should be 5. Someone above us will decide whether that's good or not, because I think a lot of councils are lacking courage by stepping out or saying we're not going to tread on someone's toes. We're looking forward 30 or 50 years and what's the best result there, and I think it's 5.
Thanks, Stu. Anyone else? Jump in. Councillor Jackson, go for it.
Sorry, I thought we were going around the room all having a turn, but that's okay. Yeah, firstly, thanks to the submitters. 313 was, I thought, a pretty good turnout. Maybe not as good as some other territorial authorities, but still it was good to get some feedback. But I've had plenty of feedback too, like, in the supermarket aisles and those sorts of things. But generally, most people were pretty much of the opinion, you guys have been elected to make the decision for us, so just get out there and do that. So I've certainly taken that on board. A couple of interesting comments that I read just to lighten the load a little bit. Number 33 on page 35, have it run by the Waimate Council. They seem more sensible and honest. And I thought number 43 on page 36 was interesting too, which said, I know this will be ignored. And I couldn't help but think to myself while I was reading that, well, here I am actually reading that comment. If you put something that was half decent that I could take on board, then I would have read it. But anyhow, yeah, look, I think the same way as Stu, Councillor Piddington. I'm in favour of the 5 council amalgamation. I'm no expert in any of these things, but from the evidence that I've seen and read and heard, bigger seems to be better. 125,000, more horsepower to do some of the things that we otherwise wouldn't be able to do. I've been a little bit concerned about the lack of evidence, although we've had that Morrison and Lowe report, which has certainly been really helpful, so thank you for that. And as one of the other, I think it might have been Mr. McFarlane said, the devil's going to be in the detail and that detailed design. So still a lot of questions, to be answered. For me, it's about making sure that the ratepayer gets the best value over the next 30 to 50 years. So if we can come up with a structure on the front foot rather than having it force-fed to us by the central government, then I'm all for that. Obviously, there's got to be some strong governance structure required. And like everybody else, it's the big one, isn't it? It's that local representation. Are local communities still going to be heard? And I can't see how they're not going to be heard. But I am a little bit concerned about when we get into that detailed design, how much influence will we have if we don't like the way that that's heading? So will we still be able to have our say with that detailed design? I'm not quite sure how that will pan out. Yeah, so like I say, the catchment thing that was mentioned as well. Yeah, it looks like those decisions will probably be taken out of their hands for Waitaki and for Rakaia. But if they come into play, they come into play, and we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get to it. Yeah, I think 5 is the way to go, so off that 4+1 option if Ashburton wants to come to the table. That's me.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Who wants to go next? Councillor Scott.
I'm going to talk about Waitaki, and I sort of mentioned it earlier today that I have some hesitations over the complexities that bringing them on board will create around the regional system. So that's a real concern for me. I recognise that we have strong communities and sort of that economic connection, but that regulatory framework really is of concern to me. I think that, having them in makes the model geographically larger, but I think it causes unnecessary administrative complexity. And, they've got from regional councils to civil defence to mana whenua relationships, their regional council assets. Like, I just feel that's a step too far for me right now, and I'm all about setting this up well from day one. So I'm in favour of the South Canterbury and Ashburton model, and that's where I am going in my thinking. Thank you.
Can I respond to that? Not?
Probably not at this stage. Councillor Harper, is that you jumping in? Yeah.
Thank you. Look, I'd equally like to thank the submitters. That was an incredible read. Look, I did enjoy, as you did, reading through the submissions, and I enjoyed the one most that said in the alternative submissions, 2 councillors for Geraldine Ward. That's 2 out of 10. No, I didn't. But look, I actually see the merits of Councillor Scott's arguments. I would, with a show of previous form regarding Waitaki, probably think that in an ideal world would be, if asked, wanting to head to Central or with Dunedin, but perhaps not. I'm in favour of the Waitaki catchment, the Ecan catchment, probably, down 7 Mile Road at most and out to the sea, and certainly going with Ashburton. And things changed at 8 o'clock last night when Selwyn sent the letter to Mayor Nigel, and I think that's probably, just looking forward, that I might get my little footnote in here stating that for Mr. Minister Watts to read is that in 5 years' time that this council may look at and do due diligence on my Canterbury Country idea, which is going to the Conway. So, but in the meantime, I'm Ashburton and we 3 in South Canterbury.
So that's, okay, that's cool. Jess, did you record the footnote? Might make him famous in a few years. Who's next? Councillor.
I've spoken, but just a quick footnote. From a perspective of the Waitaki, after the Waitaki River, the perspective of the environment around, we're talking about the river structures, the diversity in terms of biodiversity and everything that goes with it. ECAN have got a very, very specific group of leading documents around land and water regional plans and what have you that are quite specific to that too. And it's a massive area of its own. And if you look at it from the from the Waitaki through to the Rakaia, it's well over 50% of the total land mass. So when we're talking communities around numbers, you've also got to think about the area, because the Unitary Council will have to pick up the governance and the management of a significant area. When you hit the other side of the Waitaki, all sorts of other governing documents that deal with it in a completely different environment. So it's going to be very hard to harmonise those.
Yeah. We are thinking 30 years out, so I think those things will be solved in that time. Thanks. Chris.
Firstly, it was an incredible read through all the submissions. Some of them I couldn't make much sense of, but other ones were a lot easier to digest. And thank you for sort of analysing them for us. What I'd sort of got out of it was there's no real clear, no standout sort of option that the community supports other than doing something. And I do think it's time for change. It's time for change. A couple of areas that I just would say do concern me. With the Selwyn opting for a unitary, and I know, we're sort of, I feel that we should be going along catchment, the catchment lines, and that just potentially complicates that north of the Rakaia in the same way I think Stacey, Peter talked about the south of the Waitaki. But I also think that it's one of those things that can be resolved. Thanks for your comments, Mr. Trainer, about ECAN. I mean, I had tried to delve into that using our friend ChatGPT to try to understand what the costs are associated with ECAN and where they might lie and what the efficiencies might be. And I'm encouraged by your optimism that we might actually find some good savings there if we were to go ahead with this. I was particularly impressed with several of the submitters this morning around the positive opportunities that will come from amalgamation and not just the negatives associated with it. So overall, where I've landed is that I think the greater number of ratepayers will give us a better opportunity to have a cost-effective solution. Smaller number of ratepayers, I don't think is going to give it. So I'm opting for the 4+1, if that's what we're calling it, which is option C, I think it is. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Councillor Wilson. Save the best till last.
I'm not sure that's the case. I was wondering why I was bypassed, actually. No, it had nothing to do with you, Your Worship. I know that this man was very keen to get going today, so, excuse me, so I have no problem with that. Firstly, I just want to say that well done to those submitters that did take the time and spent writing and commenting. And I think that's great that they're involved. I just want to say to those that may be listening that your submissions do get read and do get listened to. I've been here now 9 months and I know that there's a suspicion out there that we don't listen, but I want anyone that's out there, it is listened to, your comments, your views. The other thing I just want to say quickly is to staff. I was just thinking this morning that all this talk about amalgamation and local government has to be quite unsettling for people. I've been through this before and it's like, okay, it's not happening tomorrow, but it's happening in the near future. So I just want to say to staff, we don't discuss this lightly, we're not making decisions lightly, and we know that some people will be affected down the line. So I just wanted to note that as well. I'm sorry, I'm just going to take a couple of minutes before I give my view. I'm a banker to sit down and think about things too much, and I've taken notes, which I don't normally do too much of, but now I'm going to minimise my notes because then you might all fall asleep. But I just want to say my experience over the last 2.5 months, since the 9th of May, has been something I never thought I'd experience. That announcement from the government on the 9th of May put every councillor, CE, mayors into tailspin, because all of a sudden the government announced you're going to go and have to sort out your friendships with your neighbours or we'll do it for you. And, you know, I got involved in that too. I was right into it. I didn't AI as much as a lot of other people did. But there was a couple of things I had to have a chuckle about when I was listening to comments and that. I remember one day I made some comment that I thought that the three South Canterbury councils and the ECAN Southern Boundary would be and I was pretty consistent from day one on that. But immediately I was told, no one asked me, why do you think that? What I was told by several in this building, in this room was, oh, that's got no show. It'll never fit with what the government wants. And I thought to myself afterwards, I must have missed a memo. Because all of a sudden people knew what the government wanted. And I always was intrigued by that. I know we can think what they're thinking, but none of us know what they're thinking. I haven't.
It was in a cabinet paper.
What, that they've already decided what we're doing?
Did give some indication in a cabinet paper for Canterbury and Waikato. Speaking of three, so that's where that's
As far
probably
as
come
three,
from.
okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just want to express it's been an interesting 2.5 months of digesting and discussing and working through things. But there was one thing that I had missing for me personally to help me to be constructive was I hadn't heard the question mentioned, what are we trying to fix? And for me, that's a critical question. I'd have to say that this morning I was quite encouraged with some gentlemen of my age who, like me and like Winston Peters, this is not our first rodeo. And I'm serious, there was a lot of wisdom there. I know those people, I was involved with them in the 80s and in the early 90s when we worked through amalgamations, and I wasn't involved in local government, but I was with them, and I've been involved in amalgamations through the dairy industry. So I have a little bit of experience, and I just want to say this. I didn't come onto council to be a thorn in anyone's side, but I'm already, I'm probably in a minority already because you've all said what you're thinking so far, and I'm coming in now. So I go back to the question, what are we trying to fix? So what I had to do, I had to go back to when the government really put the spotlight on local government, which was in this government's term, when they were struggling to get inflation under control, and they came out and said there was 4 or 5 key things that were causing them a headache to get inflation under control. And one of them was local government rate increases. That's when you go back, that's when the spotlight really came on. Because I remember they came out and said that over 3 or 4 years, the rate increase had been around 40%. And they were saying that was how it was causing them a headache. So what did they do? They came out first and they said we're going to have a rate cap. So they came out and said 2 to 4% rate cap. Okay, so that everyone would, well, okay, that's interesting. And I think, and I support them on that. I think that local government does need a real shake-up. The interesting thing I found, I realised, was that the 2 to 4% actually excluded water, which I thought, oh, okay, I didn't know that from day one, but it excludes water. So I hope it works. I think the ratepayers still going to get a wee shock that when they see the cost of their water, because that will be another line item. It won't be just a 2 to 4. I think councils will need to go at the bottom end of that 2 to 4 to keep it around inflation with the water in. So that's going to be a challenge in itself. So they came out with that. Then they came out with simplifying local government, and this is where we are today. Several of the speakers, the mature speakers, and no disrespect to the others there, said that amalgamations can be extremely complex. And I don't think we should go into this. This is going to be an easy and uncomplicated exercise. Just the one decision that the government made of striking out regional councils, that in itself, to form unitaries, is a significant step. That's going to take some work and significant change for the unitary councils to take on. So that's one thing. That's going to add a complexity. The other thing is that the more you bring together, the more complex it will be, and I think you've got to accept that. The other thing I want to say about amalgamations, and I'm not trying to be negative here, I'm just using my experience, because if I didn't bring my experience to the table, I'm not doing the right thing for the ratepayer, because I'm only here for the ratepayer. That's why I was a bit cynical when I said I wasn't really hunting for what the government wanted. I was really trying to lead. I'm here for the ratepayer. So the more you bring together, the more councils, the more complex it will be and the more challenging it will be. And it will be. See, we're pretty slow learners in New Zealand. There's been amalgamations in health, education, politics. How many have they worked? And they've gone back. And I'm thinking, it doesn't always work the way you might think it works. I've been told many times, and I accept this, that scale is critical. And I get that. But how big scale? How big do you need to be to get efficiencies? You save money by having less CEs, you have less councillors. But I tell you something, when you get a bigger organisation, you're going to be paying bigger salaries. You're going to be paying redundancies. There's going to be it's not all going to fall onto the bottom line. So I'm just putting it out there that this is going to be a bigger exercise than I think a lot of people realise. I'm missing out some notes now, skipping through, and I want to just say the other day I drove to Dunedin. And I did it for two reasons. One, I wanted to see a granddaughter, and two, I said to my wife, this is going to be a slower trip than normal because I want to take in that region. I've lived in Dunedin, I've lived in Oamaru, North Otago, and I've now resided here for 25 years. So I've got a bit of a feel of part of the East Coast. But going down from Oamaru down to Dunedin, the topography, and I expect the challenges are vastly different than what we have here. And so I was getting that feel going down, and then on the way back, I slowed right down at a place called the Mill House, and someone might have been there as a restaurant. And I said to my wife, I reckon that the Waitaki boundary, the southern boundary, to take into catchment should stop about here. Because I read some articles about the old Waihemo County, when they had last amalgamations, they weren't happy with where they landed. And so I was really getting a sense that from the south of Waimakarori, where the mill house is, just south of Kakanui, would be an ideal place to let the people south of that go where they want to, because it was indicated the other day up at Fraser Park, it was mentioned by Mel up there, that that's something they're still working through. And then I drove home and I thought to myself, I came to this conclusion. In my humble opinion, I feel that the 3 South Canterbury councils is a done deal. Like that should have happened probably years ago, so that's here. But what fits with that, so we can capture the Waitaki catchment, which is not just a river, it's a hydro network. It's significantly different than the others. But to capture that in, I support taking on Waitaki, and I'm not telling them what to do, but in the ideal world, it finished at south of Kakanui. And let those good people that have a totally different world reconnect back with Central or Dunedin, whatever they may choose. So I'm probably proposing a slight F, option F, which is another option, but what I'm really saying at the end of the day, even though I was really firm, and I have been right through on the 3 councils in South Canterbury plus the catchment boundary of Ecan, I think that bringing in Oamaru, and the other thing is that the Waitaki Plains where I farmed, which is a huge irrigation area, needs to be brought into there because that's part of the river catchment. So I'm favouring South Canterbury 3 councils linking in Waitaki, and they'll deal with where that finishes.
Alrighty, okay, good, that's good. I think we know where everyone sits now. So let's move to our resolutions. Is there a mover on any particular option? Happy to take that from the floor. We can just have a crack. Oh, Stephen's got a mover.
There's one more probably conversation to have, and that's the level of delegation we give for the final sign-off of the document.
Yeah, well, we might, yeah, agree. Yeah, what we might do is get this one landed, and then we'll go to go to that delegation piece, thanks. Cool, so happy to accept something from the floor.
I know it's not going to go ahead, but I'm willing to move option B, which is South Canterbury and Ashburton.
Okay, have you got a seconder for that? Councillor Burt is a seconder. Any further discussion on that motion? So that is the 4 councils north, which would exclude Waitaki. We can, if it carries, we can dig into the detail of the catchment afterwards, if you like. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. So that's 3, and against. So that's not carried. Is there a mover for another option?
I'll move, better get this right, C, South Canterbury and North Otago Unitary.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So that's the 5? Yep. So seconder. So I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Well, let's raise hands, make it easy. 4. Those against? Right, I'll use a casting vote. It's carried 4 to 5. Okay, we'll go to the next one, which is delegations. Require that material. So we've got to get the Head Start proposal in. So, yeah, boundaries. Yeah, thank you, Brendan.
I'll move that we prefer the boundaries based on river catchments.
Yeah, bear in mind we do. There's still some negotiables around this because we can't tell Wahimo what to do and we can't tell the Rakaia what to do. But Brendan, did you want to make a comment?
Just very simply, Your Worship, to note that whilst up in the resolution it's presented as a binary option, either territorial boundaries or river catchment, there are obviously nuances within that. For example, I've heard councillors mention that perhaps we should receive direction from, for example, Ashburton as to whether or not the northern part of the Rakaia is included, etc. You also don't necessarily need to have the northern and the southern boundaries be based on the same methodology.
So a lot of it is just expressing your preference publicly rather than making a decision at this point.
Yeah. Quite simply, what do you prefer and what do you think is best for the Timaru district for any potential unitary?
So comments on that, team?
I guess to be fair, we're only making a suggestion, aren't we? So others will make a decision. So I'll second Chris's motion on river catchments.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Is that it prefers for the boundaries, that's our preference. And we would work with our partners or, to resolve that.
Yeah, I think it's, and we're in the middle, so. What's the question, sorry?
I'm just making sure that everyone understands what that means. So the river catchment is the Waitaki river catchment only?
No, we're talking about,
Oh,
when we talk about catchments, we're
that's
talking about
it's in the Waitaki district.
Yeah,
though,
no, 100%,
so there's no
it's already
point in
there.
even talking
No,
about
it's already
that.
there, we're talking about Rakaia.
So you're really only talking about one river
No, totally,
catchment,
agree.
and that is...
As the Rakaia one.
Yeah, so
agree.
you've decided on Waitaki
Yeah.
in its entirety, so we don't need to talk about that river catchment.
Yes, agree.
Yeah, it's just the Rakaia catchment is the only... Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
making sure everyone...
And possibly the Wahimo at the other end.
Yeah.
In the middle, it doesn't really matter for us because we will still have to manage the rivers within the district, so our big ones are covered anyway, but it's just at the edges.
Can I just make you move to take the 5. If Ashburton say no, we don't really have a resolution then, do we?
No, we go to backstop.
Okay, so you're not going to do 4?
Oh, we probably need to discuss if there's a default, because effectively the 4 going north is backstop as well. So we need to have a think about whether we take it to backstop.
We've had an email about this, and that was that after Ashburton's decision, we are coming back on that Friday. So, yeah, I thought we'd...
No, the Friday is to talk about the submission, the proposal, not. But on a Friday, you can't adjust the proposal as well as you would have to. You've got to...
So the challenge is at the moment, if our current resolution is 5, and if Ashburton pulls out, but we only agree to the 5, then that takes us to backstop. It's the same with, the 4 councils, South Canterbury and Ashburton, that was going to take us to backstop. So the question is, do we want a resolution that's going to take us out of backstop? Yeah.
Do you think that that automatically means because there isn't an alignment with Ashburton, with what we've put in, that automatically takes you to backstop? We've still put in a proposal.
No, but we have to put in a proposal with other councils. Yeah, and although we have said Ashburton, the other councils that we're putting a proposal in, that we need to be in line. So if we're not in line with them, if they're only saying we won't, only if Ashburton agree, but Ashburton don't agree, then we can't get the numbers to put in a proposal.
So you're saying we just articulated it 4 plus 1 and with the caveat that the plus 1 is...
That's what it needs.
That's it. So 4 plus 1, the caveat is if they determine they want to come this way. If they don't, we're happy to stick with the 4.
Yeah, so we could put another resolution up along those lines.
I think we need to, if that's the case.
Because otherwise it will take us to backstop. Yeah.
Process.
As I said, I'm not afraid of backstop, given the obviousness of what the backstop will sort of, what it looks like on a map. If you were in the helicopter above Wellington, you'd be going, thanks very much, we'll take you Ashburton in there whether they like it or not.
It's also in a few years' time. It's not, we're not, and you're not part of the design. We don't know what that looks like. You're taking us out of the picture. So it depends whether you want to have a say in, designing local voice for Geraldine, or you're happy to commit to the government doing it for you. That's the unknown. That's the challenge. Yeah.
Can I just have a point of clarification? If Mackenzie and Waimate say 4 plus Ashburton, does it matter what Ashburton think? Because we can have the numbers then to do it.
Yeah, but they're indicating from the conversation the other day, both Waitaki and Waimate, and I'm not sure around Mackenzie, but it didn't give me comfort that they would put a proposal over someone else. Brendan?
This might be of some help. So in terms of how I see this at the moment, your preferred option by majority vote is the 5 councils. And as officers, we will go away and prepare that proposal and negotiate with other councils to try and get that for you. I'm hearing that there doesn't seem to be a willingness to include non-willing partners, but correct me if I'm wrong. So perhaps you might want to resolve what your second preference might be if you're only willing to include willing partners, and that would then, for lack of a better term, cascade down. If we couldn't get your preferred option, you then have resolved what your second preference is, which could be, if I'm reading the room correctly, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, achieve the largest scale of willing partners, for example, something like that. And
I don't think, we haven't had that discussion, but I think it's less us and more so our partners that aren't willing to put over another council we don't necessarily need to even discuss that, but we know that other councils aren't willing to, and then it doesn't give us enough. In that situation of 5 council, we need majority, would need 3, wouldn't we? Would need ourselves plus 2.
The eligibility to involve, for lack of a better term, non-willing partners is either a majority of the affected TLAs or a majority of the population, obviously noting that there has to be 2 councils that agree to the proposal in its entirety.
So in our case, we'll need 3 councils to do that. So I think we've sort of ruled that out with our current conversation.
Yeah, the trouble is if we go alone with, say the others don't, say if Ashburton says, no, we're not coming, that would invalidate our proposal if the other 3 weren't backing it. So you can have another option of 4. And the only 4 option would be the 3 plus Waitaki if Ashburton said we're out.
Yeah, so we need a delegation around staying at a backstop, which would effectively be yes, Councillor Thomas.
Again, so my understanding is that Selwyn has opted for a unitary, and our understanding of this is that a unitary is not acceptable. If Ashburton, I know they pitched out, they said that they had 3 options the other day: unitary, South Mid Canterbury, North Otago, and Selwyn. So the Selwyn one is off the table. We think a unitary won't be accepted, so they only have 1 option, don't they? That's at least at that point in time.
I would have thought so.
Yeah. So, I mean, are we just sort of, are we talking about something that's...
The danger is, Chris, Selwyn's gone unitary, so they might think, well, if they can, we can. So we're not their only option.
So that's the issue. If we are to support Selwyn and append it to our proposal, there is no reason why Ashburton couldn't say, actually, they're doing that. Why aren't you supporting us as well as a unitary?
Well, why would we support Selwyn? Because
we're not supporting Selwyn. We haven't talked about that. Yeah.
So the question you're asking is, do we have a second option if Ashburton reject us of 4? I suggest we do, because then we're still in the game. Yeah, we're still making the menu, not on it.
I would suggest the recommendation that council confirms that its preferred option if a council elects not to be part of this grouping is to progress the proposal with remaining willing partners. It's wide enough that you can...
Yeah.
It carries a risk that if we only end up with 2 of us left, we've got to go with it, but it's unlikely at this point, I would say. Yeah.
Excuse me, can we wait till Friday morning?
No, we don't. We don't really have time. Yeah. Wednesday, is it? Yeah.
It's not going to make any difference to our thinking, though, is it?
No, I think we just need to make a decision based
on...
on...
5, then 4.
Yeah. Yeah. And then if... Yeah, thank you, Brendan. Go for it.
Just a note, seeing as you're talking about Ashburton's thinking and possible options, even if they did head south, Councillor Thomas, in your analysis there, they are considering whether or not that does or does not include Waitaki. I have no insight into what the councillors might do, but I know from their consultation that 60% said do not include Waitaki in a Ashburton plus South Canterbury option. It's just over 16% said do include Waitaki. So I just simply know that that's another nuance to factor into your decision making.
That was unhelpful.
I accept that. This is where,
that was very helpful.
I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't at these sorts of things. Sorry.
It was very helpful.
We learned that on Wednesday.
Okay, let's go back to, we talked about Plan B, effectively. So, Stephen, your suggestion was coalition of the willing, effectively. Yeah. So everyone happy, not happy along those lines. And then let's just talk about what if the government makes an absolute mockery of this and then decides Ashburton and Selwyn can be unitaries by themselves. What do we think about that?
Sorry, Your Worship, can you please repeat that?
Yeah, sorry. So my point is, if government make an absolute cluster of this, which is still a possible, then and they decide that actually they're going to make more unitaries in Canterbury than we expect, which is Selwyn, and then Ashburton's allowed to, then does our preferred model still stay, what it is? Talked on, on the basis of the, of the scale and all those things we've actually just talked about. Because our very first conversation was around, our very early conversation was South Canterbury looking north. Waitaki is a very willing partner, and we've talked about that actually the numbers are only a moment in time. Those are things that can be fixed and worked through. It doesn't worry me about the geographical boundary. We just need to request that the spatial planning is in one. But I just want to test everyone's thinking. If they make a mockery of this, which, Wellington are worse performers in local government, so it could happen, then we're, probably, then where do we want to, go, Councillor Pitino?
I guess my problem, if we said just Mackenzie and Waimati, because the others have done X, so we're going to do Y, it doesn't make sense in terms of the numbers and what we're trying to achieve, I wouldn't have thought.
And then do we, to cover that, do we put an out, like in Ashburton and Waimati are actually doing in their resolutions anyway? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we can work through this. So confirms that 3 is confirms that if a council elects not to be part of this grouping, then the council prefers to progress with the remaining willing partners. And then I think, do you want to have an off-ramp? No. Chuck it in? Don't chuck it in? I actually don't think an off-ramp's going to, once you get to the 9th of August, you're done. Neither here nor there. Yeah.
I guess it's an off-ramp to where or what?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, those analysis, the analysis actually, interesting enough, actually, you bring back in Ashburton, include it in the 5 versus the 4 south, actually doesn't do a whole lot, which is, interesting. I've always been of the view that you need that 100,000, scale, but yeah, I don't know. Yep.
I just thought it was interesting up at Fraser Park the other day that there was comment about you always want to go into amalgamation with willing partners. And I had to chuckle when, at the end of the day, it was mentioned that someone was looking for an off-ramp. And I was thinking to myself, it's like a young couple deciding they're going to get married. And one of them says to the other, well, I'll see how it goes for a couple of months, but I want an off-ramp. It's not the way to build a relationship. So seriously, all I'm saying is I was surprised that that doesn't have willing in it to me. So I just wouldn't put an off-ramp in, but hey.
No, I get it. It's an interesting one, an interesting comparison to make.
I suspect the proposal, if the other councils are wanting to build an off-ramp into the Head Start proposal anyway, we'll get one by default.
Yeah.
Because we're putting towards a combined document anyway, so if everyone's putting a little bit of something into it, we'll end up with the best of all options.
Yeah.
Okay. The off-ramp's the 7th of November, the general election.
Oh, general election, yeah. So 3 is confirms that if council, yes, is progressing, so we want to do that. Let's just put that up as, comfortable with that. I'm able to move that from the chair. Second it, Councillor, Piddington. Any further discussion on that? No, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, so that's good. We're not in backstop, hopefully. And then I think we talked about that. Oh, we've done that, have we? Identify key Timaru District priorities. Obviously, we've seen other councils put up significant priorities. I think that's negotiation through detailed design. I think at this stage to have, personally, but I'm happy to hear from the floor, that you have, at the end of the day, in detailed design, if one council is going to go ring-fence debt That means everyone's ring-fencing debt and everyone's ring-fencing assets, commercial assets and revenue at the same time. So it's a complicated conversation. Yeah. But that is really a detail. We don't have to decide that sort of stuff. But is there any priorities that you want to see in there? I mean, I think we know with what the community's given us around local voice and those sort of things, but that's part of the design, and we need to bring community involved, get community involved with the design process as well. Oh, good question. Prefers boundaries. Catchments, I think. Catchment is just a height, yeah. Cool, so priorities, you're all comfortable just leaving that blank? Yeah, okay, and then so as far as the proposal itself, how do you think that'll work in principle? So once we get a sort of definitive, before we go to delegations, yeah?
We'll basically go on starting it. It will be probably to a draft position by around Tuesday. We will find out, for better or worse, Ashburton's decision on Wednesday afternoon. So it's really down to the level of delegation. The elected members here want to give the Mayor and the Chief Executive to sign off the final document. You will see the document anyway, but it's just if you want a formal meeting to sort of sign it off and pass it forwards rather than just delegating now to the Mayor and Chief Executive to do it based on emails.
What do you think, Stephen, we're talking about there?
It's just a basis of trust, really. At the end of the day, if you want to, or to some degree it's pomp and circumstance, do you want to have a formal meeting to sign off this thing and send it off, or do you just trust the Chief Executive and the Mayor to sign it off with your comments?
Well, I'm pretty happy for the Mayor and CE to do everything as long as almost the vote of our willing coalition goes ahead. But if they all start to head east, west and everywhere else, we probably need a discussion.
So, yeah, with the proposal itself, I'm happy to accept a delegation, but I would think that we're going to kick some emails around and we need pretty instant responses. And then the other roadblock I see is Wednesday, Ashburton decide, yes, we're going to go with the 3 councils south of us, not the 4 councils south of us. That's going to bring us back to a quick discussion, which might need an emergent, extraordinary meeting to then have a decide and, have a conversation with Waimari Mackenzie quickly again to get something over the line. So, yeah. So it may not be one and done today.
Sorry if I missed this, but have Ashburton basically indicated that they don't want Waitaki to be part of? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
sure they've done that. The community has given indications that it's not their preferred, but the council hasn't.
That's what I mean. I mean, saw the numbers, but
Yes, but they haven't formally done it.
Yeah, the only option that Ashburton has officially ruled out is Selwyn, which they did at the last meeting, slightly recanted from since then, but they've not ruled anyone in or out at the moment.
That's
I
right.
thought there were 3 options that they agreed to at the last meeting, Ashburton, that didn't include Waitaki. The 3 options said themselves, second with us, South Canterbury, and third with the rural North Canterbury. So there was no Waitaki in that I read in the thing.
But that option's never been put, and they can put it.
Correct,
I mean, they were in the room on Wednesday with Waitaki, and we all seem to be going there. So let's not double guess what they're going to do. But we've changed our options on the day in car rides to Christchurch. Let's just see where they land before we predict things.
I think we have to be real on the... No more car rides. No, that's right. Okay, I think we'll move this one as far as the delegations, and we just have to be aware that on a Wednesday, things might fall to bits and we might have to do an emergency meeting. Thank you.
I'll just very briefly note, when we wrote this up, we put in Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Chief Executive. You may wish for that to be different. I've heard Mayor and Chief Executive, for example, just noting that the wording currently includes the Deputy Mayor as part of that delegation.
Yeah, we might just on those circumstances today, but we'll do the normal email around anyway. Yeah. Okay, so last one, is someone happy to move number 6? And we're just striking 5 because we didn't, sorry. Yes, we're just going to strike 5 because we didn't confirm any priorities. Yeah, so happy to move. Second it. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So it was Piddington Wilson. No further discussion. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're going to get a draft that you're going to prepare sometime Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever it comes out. We can provide feedback on that, and that will turn into a final subject to whatever happens at Ashburton or post whatever happens at Ashburton, and that's what we're giving that delegating to?
So my understanding is that Rationale, who are coordinating the writing of the document with involvement from the various partner councils, that they'll work with us, and that indicatively at the moment, end of Tuesday, there would be a draft for councils to provide input on. To the Mayor's point, timely responses required. There would then be time on, for example, Wednesday, Thursday, this is my understanding, to War Room, where the various officers are processing the feedback from the different partner councils and working that into the proposal, identifying any areas that don't align or of clash where we need further discussion. So there might be additional emails that go back to you. There'll certainly be discussions with whomever have delegated authority, and note that one or more of the partner councils may not delegate. They might say, we need a full council meeting to sign this off, because to Stephen's point, yes, there is the pomp and ceremony aspect, but it is also, potentially an aspect that they might raise concerns. I don't know. But as you said, Councillor Thomas, yes, there would be providing that feedback, and then whatever delegation you provide, it would ultimately be up to them to approve it from a Timaru District Council perspective.
So can we just talk through the risk, just so we do have a plan? So the risk is Ashburton say, yep, we're in, but only with South Canterbury councils. Then it causes us to run around in circles.
It's also going to cause Mackenzie and Waimate some heartache because they want to be with Waitaki.
Yes, and that because of the catchment.
Yeah, because of the catchment.
Yeah, and this is why we don't necessarily get to decide our exact fate. There's some negotiation. Yeah.
The boundary, whether it's based on the traditional South Canterbury regional boundary or not, is really, really complicated, and it would be something that Ashburton would actually have to grasp quite hard if they were going to come with an alternative plan.
Yeah.
My suspicion is the way they're going at the moment, they'll either be sort of in this or out entirely. I don't think they'll go half measures on it, but we'll sort of build the plan in a kind of Lego brick way that we can take things in and out as required.
So we do have a rural and provincial on Tuesday, Thursday. I'm in Wellington with, is it Peter and Philip? Is it who's, no? Pete, I know, who's with me in Wellington? Oh, Scotty, is it? Yeah, okay. But the mayors will all be there as well. So I'd imagine we'll be able to get a bit of a hui quickly on all the councils if it falls over on Wednesday evening. Yeah, and then we might just have to book something online Friday night. I don't know.
We've got to midnight Sunday.
Hey?
We've got to midnight Monday morning.
11:59
on Sunday.
Yeah. The central government's just trying to stop us having weekends, basically.
Yeah, Friday evening or Saturday morning.
Yeah, I simply note that whilst there are other councils yet to make decisions and things might become dynamic in the next week or so, council does still, retain the option to work with other partners to potentially include someone who's not willing in a proposal. I appreciate entirely your resolution today, but I just simply note that the Head Start eligibility allows that. I'm not saying you should do it. I'm saying that you have the ability to consider that.
Yeah, we just need enough.
That is absolutely my understanding too, is that lack of agreement doesn't mean that you can't put forward somebody.
No, 100%. You just need enough willing to do that.
Yeah.
So
and with Mackenzie, we would, hopefully have.
we don't though, not for the 5. We'd need another council. We'd need, I think, at least Waimate, isn't it? I think the numbers, 63, that just gets us over the line. Yeah, so we'd need us plus 2 to, yeah. So that's right, that might be Wednesday evening's challenge. Oh, wait. Okay, that was good. Everyone happy, not happy? We got there. Okay, I think we've covered everything we need to. Is that correct?
Actually, to be honest, if you... to be honest, if it was the 3, the Waimate, Mackenzie and ourselves, you don't quite get there.
Oh, right. Yeah. And what?
You might be 2,000 there. You might be there.
Are you talking about including non-willing partners there?
Yes.
Yeah. So on that basis, completely hypothetically, if Ashburton didn't want to be involved and let's say Waitaki didn't want to include non-willing partners, but the 3 South Canterbury councils wanted to include the 5, then you'd still be eligible on the basis that the majority of the affected councils are included, but then we might have to ignore, for example, a Northern Rakaia catchment or something like that, because then Selwyn become part of the calculation. So it becomes tricky there.
Sorry, one clarification too. If Ashburton choose not to be, then, so they're not willing. The other question is, do we want the Rangitata catchment? Because we just talked about catchments. Because didn't we discuss that most of the catchments, and I hope they're not listening, they might be, most of the catchments in, yeah.
We've got some hot off the press news as well.
Mackenzie's just come through with their 5.
Okay, with 5?
Just came flat.
Oh, great. Okay, let's not overthink it. I think we'll close it there. Yeah. Okay, 5 and 5. Just need...
The Council voted to proceed with option C, a 5-tier model made up of Mackenzie, Timaru, Waimate, Waitaki and Ashburton District Councils as its preferred option, subject to Ashburton District Council's decision, which is due to be made at the meeting on 5th of August. Second preference was option B, the 4-tier model, so it's pretty much in line with what we...
Yeah. Okay, cool. Righto, I think we'll close it there and then we'll go to 7.2. Thank you. It was a good discussion, need to happen. Wasn't the most fluid discussion in the world, but that's right. It was a discussion we got there, so thank you. We are now on 7.2, and that is on page... Great. Go for it, Elliot.
Great.
Yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the Chair, we have report 7.2 on. This is a report seeking your endorsement of a decision around stormwater service delivery and your approval of a draft constitution for the water company and the authorisation of the Chief Executive to take all necessary steps to do that. I can update you that Mackenzie District Council have passed the necessary resolutions, the mirror resolutions in front of you today without any amendment. I'll discuss stormwater in a second, but just first, I updated you on the 29th of July by email with a updated constitution with a couple little amendments to reflect some of the issues that we were engaging with Downlands, and those amendments enable the water company to undertake joint water services provider agreements. So that's to get into contracts with other water companies or other in-house business units and do water service delivery through that mechanism. And so it enables this water company to do more things. So in respect to stormwater, the councils originally agreed to retain stormwater. We wanted to interrogate that through the commitment agreement process. We did that. We had a couple of conversations, meetings with the JSC, and in the end we have maintained the status quo that this council will retain responsibility for stormwater water service provision, and to the extent capable will look to contract various services to the water organisation for delivery there. The basic reason is that people want to be able to wrangle one entity when it comes to stormwater, and if we start handing out responsibility to a company, whilst the council retains stormwater responsibility for transport stormwater and other building and resource management functions, we start to fragment responsibility for it. And so in the first instance, we'll hold on to it so that people know who to come to for stormwater issues. In respect to the Constitution, we have similarly had a couple of meetings with the JSC where we've gone through that. I'm happy with where it's gotten to. We've had external legal review on it, and the next phases will be getting into the shareholders agreement, which will come back to you guys, and that'll deal with a variety of much more particular aspects, which I've noted in the paper, and happy to take any questions.
Any questions?
Yeah, I mean, I delved deeply into the stormwater aspect to it and tried to figure out why a lot of councils around New Zealand are doing three waters. I understand what you're saying. Ostensibly, stormwater functions have been dealt with by ECAN in terms of the consenting processes and all those sorts of things. It'd be interesting to see what a unitary does, how that all folds in. And as I think you've captured it there by saying that's our first iteration of how it's going to be done, and it can be changed later on. Yeah.
Precisely. So there's a stormwater risk management plan which we need to land in maybe about 3 or 4 years, and we've identified that as a time to review where we're up to there. Obviously with a unitary you can look at the interaction between flood and stormwater management, which is actually quite ill-defined, and so it's an opportunity if we do move into a unitary place to look at what kind of systemisation can occur there.
Yeah, Councillor Thomas.
Two questions really. So what's happening with Mackenzie with their stormwater?
Same. So they're retaining it and looking at contracting back, so it's mirroring. Yep.
And then secondly, obviously a number of other councils have gone to the three waters model sort of thing. So it's sort of like the reverse issues that you've raised for us keeping it in-house. They must be dealing with that, as in, dealing with two organisations, a council and a CCO or something. Yeah, I'm just interested that there hasn't been a uniform approach across the country.
You're right. So that is something that we did spend some time with. We undertook a officer workshop facilitated by an external provider who has been advising other water services organisation establishment processes, and there's some subtleties to the other setups where Wellington's approach has been, Wellington's regional approach has been to go in and actually break up the assets in quite a discrete sort of way. One of the striking things was the different asset registers that Mackenzie and Timaru had, and so that presented as a risk to have to work through and trying to get the right level of particularity with what is a stormwater asset that will transfer or retain, because these assets quickly turn into green spaces or or private property holdings and so forth. So the actual delineation of the asset is a little bit uncertain. So that's a risk that we factored in. Perhaps other water organisation establishment processes had more confidence in that, or they didn't see it as being such a material risk. There was a similar issue with revenue where the revenue parameter, the way that a water organisation obtains charges for stormwater is different, requires a mapping exercise that we haven't undertaken, and would alter how our rating pie is made up in a negative way. So that was another factor we took into account, was the impact on revenue, and that might be different for other water organisations. So it was really grappling with those risks for our conditions, and I think that the other organisations probably did that as well. We saw Selwyn moving just to a two-water model, so I think it really is horses for courses, depending upon how those particular risks play out in the different circumstances.
Yeah, interesting. Yesterday we, I won't say where it came from, but the comment was that New Zealand's one of the only countries that deals with three waters, and most countries were two waters, and so it is just rather uniquely New Zealand. But so let's go to the resolutions. Everyone comfortable with that? It was a good discussion with the JSC around where we got to, and had that's consistency of thought, which is fantastic. So from the chair, I'm happy to move that. If someone happy to second that, Councillor Thomas, yep. If there's no further discussion, no, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thanks everyone. A big day. I don't think I'd recommend Friday afternoons for council meetings. Probably earlier in the week is best, but you never know, we might have another one next week. But we'll wait one day at a time, work through that. So thanks everyone, enjoy your weekend.